Yay, we're live. Awesome. Excellent. So, same as always, I'm going to let everyone know that we're going to be streaming some Wars of Liberty casting games today. This will technically be what I have listed as stream number 4 for Wars of Liberty. It's been a pretty good run so far, right? Yeah, got some recordings to do today at varying lengths. I got some that look sort of on the smaller side, some that look a little bit bigger. So I figured, hey, let's do some of the new ones. Maybe there's some old ones I haven't gone to yet as well that we could do. Yeah, I'll go through each one by one. But before we get to the fun stuff, we gotta let everyone know that we're live right now. You know, people really, really love Wars of Liberty streams, especially since I'm usually the only one that does them, right? Besides Jeff and a couple of others. Yeah. I'm the one that speaks in Gringo tongue. Yeah. Jeff does the Juanito Bonito tongue of streaming Wars of Liberty. I do the Gringo one. So, if you speak in the language of fish and chips and American hot dogs and apple pie, then I'm probably the streamer you want to hear. If you like tacos and Juanitas muy bonitas, then the Jeff streams are probably more of your thing. Yeah, so let me just put the shareable stream link on all the Discord servers that I share this with. Doesn't take too long. It's pretty short. I could do that, yeah. Sometimes I pick and choose which servers I'm gonna do. I'll try to put in enough of them. Gotta do the Wars of Liberty server, right? It's the most important one. Because that's where all the Wars of Liberty people go. If you don't do that one, I think you're out of luck in terms of finding viewers. That's for sure. So, let me see. There's a particular channel on here I'm supposed to ping for. Nope, not that one. I always forget which one it is that we're supposed to do for the streams on direct. Yep, that one. Alright. That one I can ping the entire server, which is pretty neat. Same with the Delian server too. It's not every day you get to actually ping and let everyone in the server know, hey, we're streaming now. There's bots that do that sort of thing, but rarely will they let humans do that sort of thing, because people could be trying to sleep, could be making tacos. They could be doing a number of things, so, they don't always want to hear, oh, the gringo's streaming again on another jueves, basically, which is Thursday on Juanito language, right? Yeah. And then I do the DE streaming on Martes, right? Tuesday. So, yeah. Martes is DE, jueves is Wars of Liberty. And then anything I do for House of the Trampos, whatever usually falls on the fin de semana, right? Domingo. Some Domingo and Sábado, right? Yeah, that's right. Still remember my Juanito language, which is a fortunate thing, because there's so many Juanitos Benitos in our Wars of Liberty community. So if you don't know Juanito language, you probably should learn it sooner rather than later. So when they're going to team up on you in an FFA or something, which, trust me, that has helped me a lot of times, because they can hear the little Juanitos chattering in taco language in the FFA go, oh, we got to attack the gringo, look at his score, he's going to get great war age and make natives and stuff, like something like that. And then before you know it, you got 20 million Juanitos crawling around your base and stuff. Jumping over your walls, basically. Just like the southern U.S. border. And I'm not kidding. It's just like it. That's for sure. Let me put it here. This one for sure. It's not too many of them I have to do, luckily, up here. Or I'll just get right into the fun action. That one and that one, I believe. We should be good to go. Oh yeah, that one too I should do. Let me see. Yep, that one right up there. I'll put it there too, actually. The more the merrier. That's right. Get out of this so I use less bandwidth on my internet and CPU. Yep. And I think that should be good. We don't need Chrome anymore. Don't need all that CPU usage. Thing burns for CPU like crazy. It really does. Truly does. What's this warning thing? The stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend that use a stream bitrate of X, Y, and Z. Yeah. Well, I don't need to do any of that, basically. I'll put whatever bitrate I want to put on, right? You don't want the bitrate to be too high, because if you do, then you get stuttering in the stream, and that's not cool. So, yeah. Thankfully, with Wars of Liberty, you can usually keep the bitrate slightly higher. Yeah. En español no entiendo. Oh, really, Juanito? En español no entiendo? Oh, sí, Juanito. Yeah. In Spanish, I don't understand, that means. Yeah, so you don't understand Juanito language. That's unfortunate, Juanito language is a wonderful language to learn. It's the language of las Juanitas muy bonitas, so everybody should learn Espanol for sure. Where are these games that we're going to be doing today? They're right over here. Up there, actually. Yep, Rex Games. Got 1. We got 2. We got 3. We got 4. We got 5. And what else do we got? Have any other ones we could do? That one too, so 6. So we'll start with these 6, I think. Some of them look pretty lengthy, so I mean, some of them will be pretty sophisticated for our purposes. If we want to do any other ones that I might have missed, or any of the ones that I showed up in, you know what, we'll probably do those, Technically, if I cover a game I was in here, that means that's one less game for me to publish on the channel. Yeah, because then I'm basically just covering here and talking about it, right? Yeah, I might end up doing that one, because that one was fairly fun, I think, for sure. Alright, so how many games we got? We got 6 of them over here. Just move that to my Wars of Liberty save game folder, and we'll be able to cast these immediately. Hunto pronto. Alright. Some interesting names here. Just make sure they pop up. Gallipoli. So, just like the campaign of Gallipoli in World War I. That would be pretty cool if they had actually used Great Warriors for it. We'll see. Let me find out. Yep, Gallipoli. I'm kind of curious about what's in that one. This one should be pretty fun. If they chose to give it such a historical name. Alright, so... Oh, yes, that's why it's Gallipoli. We got the Ottomans. Great. Who's the opponent going to be? The opponent is going to be Rommel with the Australians. Oh, this is just like Gallipoli, right? Yeah, because the British Empire used a lot of recruits from Australia and New Zealand to fight in the Gallipoli Peninsula. Very interesting. Yeah, this should be a pretty fun one, you know. I think in this situation, Ottomans are probably going to go Janissary, I believe. Maybe Janissary Abbas. And Australians, you know, I think their best bet is honestly Boomerang, you know. They're going to struggle a bit with the high HP on the Jans just because they have hack armor. So their skirmish stats aren't as ideal as maybe some of the gunpowder using ones. But in terms of the Abbas gunners, the Boomerangs might actually have a much easier time with them. Unless, of course, Australia goes FF with Mary, I think. Then they might actually be able to gain a decisive edge in the Third Age. Yeah. So what's the map? So the map appears to be high plains. You got the Cheyenne, you got the Comanche. So a lot of good anti-cavalry units, right? Comanche are obviously going to be very good against assault units, which only the Ottomans have, actually. Yeah. They can be used against artillery as well, though, so maybe it'll be used for that. In particular, the Cheyennes are pretty intimidating, you know. Not only are they good as a scout unit, but they have multipliers against other shock units, so they can take down cavalry pretty quick. You know, it's like a pikeman on horseback, really. So yeah, I like this map, you know. You got good natives on it. The trade route is pretty generous, with about 5 trade sockets right dab in the middle. Lots of good treasures on it. Lots of good hunts. Yeah, this is a really good map, for sure. So we'll see how this one goes right now. Yeah, I mean, in general, Australia, you have sort of 2 options of how you're going to do your playstyle. You can sort of play around the old school colonial European playstyle with the Bushrangers and the Rum Corps by going colonial politicians. Or you can go more aboriginal and go either boomerangs. You can go boomerangs and fire sticks. And of course you can do a combination as well, right? I've seen Louise Kaiser before go bushrangers with fire sticks before in a game. Now, he didn't do that great with it, you know. I was Uruguay and I completely cooked him with it, but you can do that, you know. I honestly think it really comes down to whether you're looking for good pierce armor, you're looking for good hack armor in your skirmish unit, right? Because both Bush and Boomerang are skirmish units, right? Boomerang's going to be better against units that are going to be mostly using pierce armor, right? So technically Boomerangs could be a better option against Grenadiers in that case. They can also be good against other skirmishers too. But they do struggle a bit with the Musketeers slightly because they have some hack armor to resist them. Whereas the Bushranger is kind of the opposite of all that. You know, the Bushranger is sort of like a traditional skirm in that sense. And then when you get to Age 3, things get pretty interesting. You know, the Rum Corps is basically like a Musketeer that has range multipliers against the Scout tag. So it's really good for dropping Hussars, but not the heavier forms of Cav, unless it's in melee. Whereas the Fire Stick is just a really good siege unit that doubles as an assault unit, thus doing some really good splash damage, able to rip through infantry in particular, as well as buildings. It's just a really great unit. As for Ottomans, you know, we know a lot about them from Legacy. They really play mostly the same as they do in Defib Edition, except for the fact, of course, that weird little side bonus of theirs where you have to wait till Imperial Age to actually upgrade their units through the buildings, which is, I always found that one kind of strange, and I think they could have handled that a little bit better. I know in the future they're gonna like completely rework the Ottoman roster and have like an early roster and a late game roster, which in that case I think is more manageable, right? You access the late game roster in Age 4, you use the early game roster in Age 2 and 3. So that way you don't have as much awkward moments in the late third age and the early fourth age, right? So yeah, basically a lot more flexibility. In terms of decks here, Ottomans are looking to go pretty standard, I would say, for an Ottoman 1v1. A big emphasis on the crate cards. Lots of cavalry shipments here, both Safahi as well as the Delhi. Mamluks. Foot artillery, otherwise known as falconets, Abbas guns, janissaries. So yeah, this is typically how an Ottoman deck will really be designed. I'm pretty shocked that you would go Jan combat over the Cav combat, because, you know, the Jans aren't really going to be that useful in the 4th age, since they don't get Veteran of Guard upgrade. You have to wait for that really bulky 85% Imperial upgrade much later. They're aging up with the Artisan, which, for those who don't know what that is, that's the Core Master. So, 400 wood. You can do a lot with 400 wood. 2 barracks. You could do a barracks and 2 houses. You could do a foundry and a house. Yeah, basically it helps you set up that either double barracks janissary or that Abbas janissary setup. As for the Australians are going with William Dampier, so he's actually going to be going for the Bushranger path. In terms of deck, we see he has actually shipped out the 1 Fur Trader and Shepherd Dog. This one sacrifices a bit of economy in favor of treasure collection, right? See, the thing is there's 2 different Fur Trader shipments in Age 1 for the Anglo-Civs. They get this really nice food gathering one that ships in 2 Fur Traders, which is basically your semi-villager explorer that can collect treasures, fight treasure guardians really well, but can also hunt. And as of this patch, can also gather from berries and gather from mills. Yeah. Apparently there was a bit of an awkward situation before where Fur Traders basically became useless units once all the hunts were gone on the map. Right? Just a bunch of random weekend explorers taking up 1 pop apiece. It's much better when you can use a unit rather than just having to delete it when you're done with it, right? So yeah. They figured, alright, we'll let you gather berries from it. You know, not all maps have a lot of hunts on them, so the Fur Trader will still be good at that. And once all those are gone, you can throw all 10 of them onto a mill if you want to, and then can still contribute to your economy, still giving you some value. The thing that Rommel went with, though, the 1 Fur Trader and Doug, basically says, alright, I'll get 1 Fur Trader to help my eco, but I also want an extra dog to explore around the map with and collect treasures, right? And that's the explorer that the Anglophone civs get instead of normal ones, right? They get multiple dogs. These dogs are just really good for collecting treasures, right? And they're good for biting the enemy's ankles and basically a bunch of angry dogs, basically. Yeah. The more angry dogs you get, the better you're usually going to do, right? That whole wolf pack mentality thing. Yeah. And a lot of age-up politicians as well as home state shipments will actually grant you additional dogs that you can add to your mass, right? With Australia, you'll always start out with about 3 shepherd dogs, and then you can ship in 1 through this card here. And then you can ship this card again in Imperial Age, which means you can have up to 5 dogs. 5 doggos that you can use to help you out. It's doggo number 4 over here, and here's the 3 other ones. They help to scout out the Janissary threat over here. Looks like Ottomans will be going Janissary Abbas Gunner. That skirmish component protected by the Janissary Scimitars. Australia, though, is looking to go full Bushranger. They're going to need some substantial numbers to hold this up, I think. I think if you get enough numbers, yeah, you can do pretty well here. but you're gonna have to, make some substantial gains in terms of your army size to make it worthwhile. Yeah, don't retreat that far, because he could have gotten a couple of free shots over there when he was focused on your redoubt foundation, pretty much. So, I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, he's getting down pretty quickly. He's going to have to retreat a little bit behind that tower. Oh, he lost an R1 too. This is really not good. These things are dropping so fast. I'm wondering what Rommel's doing here. Like, you need to get some substantial numbers, like, right now, and then make a stand on that area. You just can't keep letting them drop like this, or it's going to end pretty badly for you. Starting to eat some sheep, but unfortunately, not enough time to do that. Keep in mind, these sheep for Australia are wool sheep, so they don't actually have food, they actually have money, right? Apparently, Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty is a pretty cruel game, and instead of just shaving the sheep, these evil villagers just butt them in the head with the end of their rifle and kill them before taking their wool. Very 200 IQ, right? Let's not let the sheep live and grow the wool back and get more value from the same sheep. No, let's just wipe them out and give birth to new sheep. Yeah. The only reason it's like that is because there's some weird coding thing where basically before they had this concept of having the wool sheep basically work like actual sheep, where you shave the coin off of them and then they regrow it. But apparently once you grow an animal's coin once, or their food once, they can't do it again for some weird reason. Yeah. It's actually something that I suggested like ages ago when we were coming up with the plan for the crops, basically. When people were coming up with ideas for the crops because of how horrible the growing system was. I said, why don't they act like herdables? They fatten up, you gather from them, then they fatten up again like you are going to do with the wool sheep. And they're like, the wool sheep doesn't work, so, yeah, that's not going to happen. Yeah, because they tried that with a Ultimate Bill in the Guanera. Before the Guanera became the Guanera that you know today. It used to be just this weird little gold farm on the water that your fishing boats could use. And when all that gold ran out, none of the gold actually came back to it. And that's probably why Hoopy came up with the whole water factory concept for it, with the turret ships and everything. Now it's actually a pretty good building. But what's not a good defense here is Rommel's Bushrangers versus these Jans and Abyss Gunners. Looks like this fella here, Mexicapno, did a really good job at just wiping out his defense here. And if we look at post-game, you can tell right away. Look at that resource output. Double the resources from Ottomans. How wonder you ran into that situation. How wonder you did it. Yeah, that just happens, you gotta make sure your eco's good. And honestly, could have all come down to the fact that Rommel shipped one fur trader, one shepherd dog instead of two fur traders. That could have done it, And then if I look back at his deck again, he doesn't have 3 convict laborers here. Because something I've done for a long time is I'll send the fur traders first, and then I'll send 3 of the convict laborers, because I know how sluggish the Australian eco is. And because Rommel didn't pay attention to that, he ended up costing himself the match there. Pretty much, yeah. And yeah, like even here, it shows Rommel did have the Ville advantage. He could have had even higher if he had those cards, and probably would have done pretty well. Then in terms of shipments, yeah, this is where you kind of want to stop the Ottomans pretty much. They love to grab the entire trade route from top to bottom, right? Even when they don't have Silk Road, they like to do that. And he even had Stagecoach on it. You're telling me that Rommel couldn't have done Zappers or Spontooners and tried to siege some of these things? Or at least stop their construction in the first place? Yeah, that's absolutely the issue here. 100%. So yeah, that's game number 1. Just a good lesson to you. Don't let the Ottomans take over the entire trade route or you'll regret it. And don't think after all that your bushrangers are going to get the job done. They're not. It's just not going to happen. Nope, not at all. So now we're going to restart the game and go into game number 2. Yeah, the reason why I have to turn the game off instantly like that and restart it is because there's always a risk in Wars of Liberty when you don't restart the game, even when we're doing like game recordings. Occasionally what happens is the game will freeze and then I'll have to go into Task Manager and shut the game off that way, and it's really obnoxious. So the best way to avoid that is every time you either play a game or cast a game, restart your game. Just shut it off and do it again. And sometimes it gets locked in the post-game menu as well, so that's sort of why I just click it so abruptly like that. It's usually the most surefire way to get out safely. Yeah. So we got some Juanitos here, it looks like. We got Vicky Oquitos. Hola, I'm gay. I'm passive. I like men. I want men. I want a good man. And we got James Mendez. Juanito Bonito Kayake. See, Juanito? Yeah, so what kind of men are you looking for? Vicky Oquitos. Looking for a good Juanito Burlito? With the Burlito muy largo? See? Yeah. I know what that is. Yeah. So, what's the next game we're gonna do? It's called Granadero Best Inf Pesada. That looks pretty fun. I like Granaderos. Do you like Las Granaderos? ¿Te gustan las Granaderos? Yeah, that's pretty fun. Well, I think Grenadiers and Wars of Liberty are just a really interesting unit because, unlike their counterparts in the Legacy game, they can actually do some pretty nasty strategies. And it all comes down to the fact that Grenadiers and Wars of Liberty actually cost like 1 population. But to trade that off, after they throw a grenade, they go into this non-active grenade throwing session for like 60 seconds where they fire their musket instead. So really, the grenade throw is more of a charge attack between those 60-second or 1-minute intervals. Yeah. And you know who has Grenadiers? The Danish have Grenadiers. And the Italians have Grenadiers. What's more is both civs, I believe, have Royal Guard Grenadiers, right? Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, 2 Royal Guard Grenadier civs. We got Hische with the Italians, and there's Sardinia Bombardiers, or the Sardinia Bombardier Grenadiers. That's the name of their Royal Guard. And then the Danish Royal Guard Grenadier over here would be the Livgarde. Yeah, the Livgarde. So, yeah, this should be a pretty interesting match. Before we get started, we need to look at Mappy and see what the Mappy is going to do to these players, either good or bad. We're looking at the Thar Desert. Yeah, I like the Thar Desert. It's one of the cooler terrains, I think, in the Legacy game, because instead of the sort of American Southwest style of desert, the Thar Desert feels the closest thing to North Africa, probably, in terms of the geography of the map. Yeah, most definitely. So, before we start game, I'm going to check that phone real quick, so we can get right into it from start to finish. This time was I? Yeah, sometimes those calls can be pretty long, but this one I think was pretty generous in its length. Oh, HVNI is here. Hey, Unstoppable Sardini. Oh yeah, the Sardini Bombardiers, those Royal Guard Grenadiers of Italy. Nice. So let's see how this match goes finally. Let's get out here and we will begin. Alright. I really like Thar Desert if I haven't mentioned it already. It's just like a really cool representation of what a Sahara map would look like if it was made in Legacy. Obviously, they did make a Sahara map for Wars Liberty, and it actually looks really neat, but this is a good prototype of it, really, you know. In terms of, like, geography, the Thar Desert is pretty interesting. It's actually, I believe, the most populated desert in the world, because it's located in India, and there's so many people in India that even the Thar Desert has a lot of people in it. So, yeah, that just shows you how many people are in India. Even your big, sandy, inhospitable desert has large population centers. So, yeah, that's quite interesting. Yeah, and there's actually quite a lot of trees in it too, and animals, which I was pretty surprised by when I researched it before. Yeah. So, in terms of gameplay here, there's a bit of a difference in how the civs start out. In terms of the Danish, they're pretty interesting. They actually start the game with a group of experience crates near their town center. Enough experience crates to actually get shipment number 1. And this is why we're already seeing the Colbertism food trickle here. Is because Rommel grabbed all his XP crates and he's already getting that first shipment. And usually what you do after getting Colbertism is you either send out a Team Ox card if it's a team game, or you can also send out 2 settlers to yourself as your second shipment, giving you one of the better Age 1 starts of the game, honestly. And I believe, too, they actually have a Team 2 settler card as well, which you obviously wouldn't see it here because it's not a team deck, but if you're fighting in a team, it's pretty cool when you can actually send your ally 2 villagers in Age 1. Something that can really help out everybody, for sure. And in terms of the home city structure of the Danish, their home city is pretty interesting. They're very similar to the Canadians in that they're very team-centric in terms of their deck. But they also have these cool cards called winter cards that on snowy maps, they actually have a stronger effect. I don't know if there's any of those in here for me to show you, but what they would usually look like is they would have these sort of red and white, these like sort of gray and reddish pinkish tint stripes on them. And basically their effect would be, I don't know if it's doubled or like half increase. It's stronger when you play on like snowy maps like Alaska and so forth. Because, yeah, there is actually, I believe there is an Alaska map in Wars Liberty. Not just the ESOC one, but an actual snowy, icy Alaska map. Which looks totally different from the one in the Legacy game. Yeah. What are they calling for now? Sorry, 1 second. With the second call of the day. Hopefully that's the last one. Should be. But let's continue, shall we? Alright, let's keep clicking on to this. We haven't really seen anything substantial yet except for Rommel doing his 2 shipment thing. Picking up the Colbertism. And then following that up with 2 additional settlers, basically. Yeah. So, for those who don't know what the Ox Cart is all about, basically it's a nice little wagon building that has an aura around it that actually boosts the gather rate of your settlers. You can see this sort of like green and yellow ring around these villas. It's the same sort of one you'll see with the Karnamada with India. That means that your villagers are empowered by it and they're actually going to gather quicker from either mining, hunting, or whatever they're doing, basically, as long as the Ox Cart is nearby. And once you no longer really want the Ox Cart around, because you think it's too much of a liability and people are going to snipe the thing, you actually can turn the Ox Cart into an economic building, like a mill, a plantation, a market, a livestock pen, or actually even the Danish unique dock, the anchorage. Yeah, it's a pretty versatile wagon. And when you send it to your allies, they get that same advantage as well, pretty much. And for you, the Danish, you can often turn that right away into either a dock, a mill, or a plantation, because you already have an Ox Cart that you can already use. The build limit of the Ox Cart itself is 2, so you really can't have more at any time other than 2. So yeah, it's not like you're going to be able to have like a million Ox Carts rolling around the map, boosting everybody up, pretty much. So yeah, that's pretty much the way it works. Let's look at the Italians as well, see what they're doing. The thing you gotta understand with the Italians is their architects work a bit different than the ones in Definitive Edition. The ones in Definitive Edition, as you know, build stuff for free, and then you have to pay this little wood fee for it to build it faster and let other villagers work alongside it. But the way the architects work in Wars of Liberty is basically they train wagons, and then the wagons build the buildings for them, right? There's different types of wagons. There's town wagons, which can make houses, livestock pens, marble statues, and docks. They have an agricultural wagon that can make mills or plantations, a military one that can make a stable, a barracks, or a safe house, which is your spy building, that all the civs get in the game, I think, except for the Juanito civs that use the town hall and the caudillos instead. Then they have this other fancy one that turns into either a basilica, which is your church building, or a capital. So yeah, you got options pretty much with the Italians in terms of what wagons you need at certain times. And we see it here right now, actually. This is a military wagon. Costs about 200 wood. So in terms of the cost of a barracks or stable, you're really not saving anything. But in the terms of a safe house, you're actually saving a little bit, because the safe house normally costs wood and coin. With this, you only have to pay the wood costs, which is nice. And there's some other oddities like that too, like the fact that plantations for Italy only cost 500 wood, because the agricultural wagon costs 500 wood. But a mill, therefore, costs 100 extra wood, because it's normally 400, and then the wagon is 500. So it's kind of a compromise that ends up making the plantations cheaper, but the mill's more expensive. Yeah. I think in the future they're going to rework it and give the whole wagon mechanics to one of the other civs, but for now, that's sort of the way Italy works, pretty much. Italy's going to have to be super duper careful with this, because now they're dealing with pikemen and grenadiers. The pikemen in Wars of Liberty are called partisans. They have these super fancy types of clothing on, but they're sort of the same unit, same stats, same multipliers, same tags. The grenadiers are the interesting one, though. Again, they use a charged grenade throw, so once they throw that first grenade, which they're doing right now, they're going to start firing their musket for 60 seconds. And then after those 60 seconds, they're going to throw another grenade. This way, grenadiers can actually be a 1-pop unit instead of a 2-pop unit, and can actually be trained alongside the other infantry at the barracks, since they're not technically a siege trooper in the traditional sense, even though they're still, I believe they're still classified. Yep, they're still classified as siege troopers. Except now they're more of a hybrid between infantry and siege trooper. There's still some civs, I believe, like the Egyptians, that still have traditional grenadiers that just throw bombs and nothing else, but they're pretty rare nowadays. Only a handful of civs still use those. Yeah, and what's more, I think it was actually in the last patch, they changed over one of the remaining only bomb throwers, the Yungay, for the Chileans, and they actually turned it into one of these types of grenadiers. So it's more going in the direction of that in terms of design. Hishe is going to form a defense here with some line infantry, and I think that's probably all he's going to do. I know Hishe really likes spamming large numbers of line infantry, but he's also been known to add in both the Basigliaires as well as the Alpini in Age 3. Since those are Age 3 units, he has to stick mostly with the line infantry for now, which basically they're just musketeers, right? Renamed musketeers. Does Rommel have any of those yet? Nope, just Grenadier with pike. They're actually going to wipe out that entire tower right now. I think you're going to have a problem with this few units, because the Grenadiers are going to have an easy time with them. In general, when you're fighting these Grenadiers, the best thing you can do is try to go into some sort of stagger mode. If you can take control groups of units as well and move them in different directions, that can also mess up the grenade throws of these units and cause them not to get the most perfect result basically out of their attack. Another good idea too, make some Minutemen. Remember, the Minutemen have a multiplier against siege troopers, and since these Grenadiers are a lot less beefy than the old school Grenadiers, Minutemen can usually drop a lot more of these before they perish, usually. So yeah, taking one out there, gonna take out another one. If you're really smart about it, you can usually wipe out all the grenadiers with the large contingent of Minutemen. It all depends on if you include the town militia card in your deck, which I don't think... Nope, he doesn't use that. And it's alright, you know, not everybody uses town militia. It's usually more of a card you would use in Wars of Liberty for a civ like the Portuguese, since you have so many town centers anyways, that town militia is just a really valuable card. And then there's civs that do have a lot of town centers, but they don't have town militia because they're not European like the African civs, right? Like, I believe Zulu can have 5 town centers as well as Ethiopia, but, you know, they're not European, so they don't have colonial militia. They don't have the militia emergency unit, so they unfortunately can't enjoy that. Adding some towers here called redoubts in this mod. Oh, 3 of them. This is going to make Rommel busy for a little bit. Unfortunately, still has a couple of pikemen left, so still adds some pretty substantial siege here. I like how we basically spread these towers out enough to fool Rommel into attacking those instead of the town center. All this time he's busy on these towers here is more time that Hishe can actually use hunting and mining to build more of a defense. It's a nice little tactic that Hishe can use to basically give himself some more time to maybe survive this, right? If you didn't build these towers and you just were going to build more houses or something, Rommel would be at your town center trying to wipe you out altogether. But now Rommel feels threatened by these towers and thus is going to focus more on those. It's a good psychological game to play with your opponent, and it's working so far. I think Rommel realizes that now, and he's going to try to look around and look for a better avenue of attack. Maybe going after these houses, which, yeah, you should have some towers here as well, because if he attacks here, this would be very devastating. He could effectively house your entire population and prevent you from making additional bills and military. Right now, though, I think he's just trying to survive this Grenadier onslaught, taking every opportunity to get a volley in, but still has to back up in enough time to avoid direct Grenadier lines of attack once their grenades recharge. Right now he's trying to lure him back more towards the towers again, because he realizes these redoubts can get him some extra hits and take out some additional units. Maybe Hishe could actually go Grenadier himself. That might actually be a good option here. The only problem is they would get messed up by the pikeman threat, right? That's sort of a way you can mess up people when they're going Grenadiers. You do hand infantry with Grenadiers, because if they have Grenadiers, their Grenadiers will focus on the hand infantry, and then your Grenadiers will focus on their Grenadiers, and you end up getting a really good exchange of attack in every situation. Now, this is a really far place to put your villagers without any sort of redoubt protecting them, and this is really vulnerable. It's actually going to lose... Wow, even more villagers. Whoa, I thought he was going to get away with only 2, but he's lost them all. Well, not all of them. He got away with 2. But you can see there what Grenadiers can do. This villager, one of those villagers was literally flying in the air because of that, how powerful that explosive was against him. Or her, rather. So yeah. Very interesting stuff indeed. Yeah, that's the difference between Italians and the Legacy mods versus Definitive Edition. In Definitive Edition, Italy just uses your everyday settlers. In really all the Legacy mods for Age 3, whether it's Wars of Liberty, Napoleonic era, that other one I did the other day, they basically all use merchants as the gathering villager instead of settlers. It's because in the original game code and so forth, the merchant was supposed to be the villager used by Italy and not the settler, which made it pretty interesting that the DE developers actually decided to go against that and just use regular settlers, you know, instead of employing the original merchant model of the Italians that was supposed to be used, which you see here as well as in other ones like Napoleonic era. Still sticking to the recipe of line infantry, it looks like. I don't know how useful that's going to be. Are we going to see some spicy sardine gameplay today in South Africa? That would be pretty cool if we did. I might actually look through some of the old games that I didn't cover from last patch, because I believe, if I recall, there was one or two that were actually done on Great Zimbabwe, which, you know, I consider that to be sort of in the area of South Africa. I think there's actually some other South Africa maps, like I believe Wetlands or one of those other ones. So yeah, maybe somebody should do a match on one of those ones as well, for sure. They should actually make a map, I believe, in Lesotho, right? Because that's right around South Africa, and it's very mountainous and very sort of like snowy-like on top of those peaks. They really should consider doing that alongside these more savannah-type maps that they've done for Wars of Liberty. That'd be pretty neat. There's all sorts of really neat geographical features like this one. You know, this one was done by the ESOC team on the ESOC map, Star Desert, that they should really try covering. You know, not just with colorful terrains, but also really neat shaped terrains, right? Like big mounds, big cliffs, and try to, you know, make it as best as you can, obviously, because, you know, unfortunately in the Legacy game you can't have stuff like bridges, I believe. But somebody told me a long time ago they were going to do that in Age of Mythology Retold. They were going to have bridges, functional bridges or something, but I don't know where that's going, pretty much. Yeah. Very interesting, though. It'd be cool if they designed an Age game that actually had bridges that work like bridges. You know, you not only could cross the bridge, but you could put ships underneath the bridge to attack the units as they're trying to cross. And maybe something, too, where they can destroy the bridge where all the units on it basically fall into the water and, you know, randomly disappear. Yeah, that'd be pretty neat. This is an interesting pick by Hishe. It's a card called Renaissance. It basically makes all your techs cheaper and research quicker. It's a team card, so it's normally best used when you have a team, but it can arguably be used on the individual level as well by one player, pretty much. Yeah. What's Rommel doing, by the way? How's he doing? So Rommel has actually advanced to Age 3, and he's swapped to Skirmishers. Yeah. The Danish didn't used to have Skirmishers, but after some reworks of the Civ, they ended up gaining them. And in a way, I think Danish actually have some of the strongest skirmishers in the game, I believe, right? They get, like, I think they get more combat cards than most of the European civs do, and they get double counter-infantry rifling as well. So they actually deal 4x against heavy infantry instead of 3x. Wow, that's powerful, yeah. I was surprised when I saw that. It was just really substantial. I believe it works on, you know, any other units that benefit from counter-infantry rifling as well. So like the Jaegers, anything like that too. I don't think there's Jaegers in the game anymore. No, they have the Schuts, which are the same thing, so they would benefit from it. The Schutzen. What else does Rommel have up his sleeves? He's got 2 Falconets, about 9 Grenadiers, and a Fort Wagon. Fort Wagon, this could be pretty interesting, you know. Imagine sticking a fort right there near this, what site is this? An Udasi site? Sikh site? That would be a pretty nice one, because then you'd be protecting this mine, preventing Hishe from getting additional coin. That could be pretty powerful. You could also place it here and also block off these wild elephant hunts as well. Yeah. Basically, you got options if you're Rommel. But Hishe has also reached capital age as well, and actually went with the city planner to get a covered wagon. This means that Hishe will be operating off of 2 town centers now, and might actually be able to catch up a bit in economy, since he has lost some villagers from all the Rommel attacks. Now we see a training of Alpini by Hishe. The Alpini are a very good skirmisher because they have extra range. Normal skirmishers only have 20 range. The Alpini has about 24 range. So these are really good at sniping units from very long distances away. Yeah, effectively you can even kite against enemy skirmishers almost. So this is actually a really good situation for Hishe to use if he can mass up enough of these. But he is going to have to keep affording them, obviously, since the skirms are going to be more expensive than the line infantry are going to be. Right now he's doing a good job at fishing in those pikemen, taking out a lot of them. He can still continue to harass them. He can even start to harass his grenadiers, but he does need to make sure he backs up and he doesn't let them get close. If he lets them get close, then it's all going to be for nothing. You got to make sure you keep your 24 distance and you really make Rommel very frustrated and make him run right at you into these frontier redoubts, which are going to do even more damage now, thanks to that upgrade. Where's this next food going to come from? He doesn't actually have any food that Rommel isn't able to counteract now. See, Rommel actually put a town center up here. Did he get it? Let me see how he got it. Did he get it through City Planner or did he get it through... I think he actually constructed that himself. Yeah, because you don't get the City Planner with Danish, because they actually use the old boomer politicians, right? Because the devs didn't want to remake and laying politicians off of the new stuff, so they just stuck with the old ones instead. Which is cool. They have some cool ones, right? Like the fairy tale offer and stuff. Yeah. Picking up steel traps now because he basically controls the entire map's hunts at this point. Good investment overall. Whereas Hishe, picking up the seed drill because he's going to be collecting tomatoes from tomato plants for the rest of his life since he's not getting any hunts anywhere. He's going to have to pick some wheat and make some spaghetti and gather some tomatoes and make some tomato sauce, Which isn't a bad thing, Spaghetti with tomato sauce is a pretty neat food. Definitely enjoy it whenever I have it, Okay. I would like you to back up a little bit, though, and take advantage of that 24 range. I think the more favorable skirmishes you have against Rommel, the more you force him to hold off, and the more you gain an advantage with your farming situation, right? Because theoretically, if you can farm really good for a prolonged period of time, at least that means that your mills are already established, and then Rommel has to go out of his way to get the wood to keep those going and upgrade them. You'll already be there yourself, so I would be trying to prolong this match as much as possible as Italy. Keep harassing him with the Alpini and keeping his numbers down, and then sweep him in mid-late to late game with your Guard Alpini and possibly your Guard Cuirassiers. Yeah. Oh, wait, yep. Or you could do Bersigliers, too. Yeah. Italy doesn't get Dragoons. They actually have the Bersigliers. In Definitive Edition, the Bersigliers are skirms. In Definitive Edition, that's what they do. And then in Wars of Liberty, they are Dragoons, actually. So they're considered maneuver units. Oh, wow. So yeah, this is a really good strategy here by Hishe that he really likes to do. So basically a way he really messes up his opponent's strategy is he actually decides to use these landmines. And these landmines, watch what happens right here. Ooh, look at that. Look at how many Hussars he just sniped with these things. That is serious. That is a serious devastating. That's enough. If he didn't have any of these extra Hussars, that'd be enough to make you turn back at that point. That is serious. He didn't even have any musketeers. And did you see how many Hussars were cleaned up by the landmines? Yeah, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful strategy from Hishe. Unfortunately, he didn't get the other one set up. If he got those other ones set up, he possibly could have, you know, made him hold out for a little bit longer there. That was a good use of the spies, though. Yeah, and the reason why Hishe was able to put his spy there on notice is because spies in Wars of Liberty can actually attack units while in stealth mode. So you can attack them, but they can't see you, and thus they can't attack back. You know, basically they'll do the units because there's nothing like that in the normal game. They'll just sort of sit there and twitch and like move their arms in this weird seizure-like motion, trying to understand what's going on because they really can't see what's actually stabbing them because, you know, the spy uses a little assassin's knife. They're really getting cut in all places and they basically can't see that. So that's what they do. They just go into this weird dance trying to find it. And the only way, of course, you can identify the spies is either with an explorer, a town center, or certain units in the game that actually can see stealth as well, like either the Picket Pikemen of Haiti or those special katana-wielding anti-spy units that the Japanese get from isolationism now. Yeah. They don't get ninjas anymore. Instead, they get these, like, secret Japanese samurai police or whatever that can detect spies, and they have multipliers against them as well. Since only a handful of people actually use spies like Hishe, you really never see that unit that much be used, but, I'm sure if I do Japan against Hishe at any point, I'll make sure to make those for sure. Because not only will they detect the spies, but they'll wipe them out in, like, 1 second or less, usually. Even if you don't have a big army. Grenadiers, again, a good toss there against the Alpini. At this point, Italy can't do much, you know. If he got those mines going a couple of seconds earlier, I think he would have been all set. He would have been able to basically take out all the Hussars and force them to wait there even longer, giving them more time to make more of the Alpini. Yeah. For sure. Let's look at post-game and see. Yeah, I mean, Rommel got the most resources for sure, but Hishe wasn't too far behind, you know. He did get the most wood because, you know, he really needed it. He really needed those mills. He didn't have any access to the hunts after a while, so he was really looking for that wood. In terms of military, Rommel didn't really get a lot of kills, which you would have thought. You know, considering Hishe with far less units got almost as many kills there. So Hishe was arguably the better, like, microer, I think. He microed a lot better with this Alpini. He made a lot better unit choices. Unfortunately, he didn't get as much time as he might have wanted to, so he didn't end up getting to rack that score up even more. In terms of all the other stats we need to look at, unit count, definitely in Rommel's advantage. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Hishe would have liked to be up here, but because he started getting really attacked on, he sort of ended up here. And he had to, fortunately, tread very lightly this way until the end, basically. In terms of shipments, I imagine Rommel's probably higher than that. Yep, because he got a lot more aggro in the start. Pretty good game, right? Italy versus Denmark. It's going to be it's going to be Age of Empires 3 canon pretty soon because, you know, they're going to be releasing Danish and Polish into the Definitive Edition game sooner rather than later, right? That should be a pretty good DLC, you know. I thought they were going to do, you know, Koreans and Persians or something. Some of those more interesting options that people have been asking about for years, but no, they just did Danish and Polish. You know, more Europeans right after they released Maltese in Italy. So, I don't know if we're ever going to see Koreans or Persians in DE. Hopefully we do. Because those would add a lot of variety of gameplay I think people are really looking for. So now we're looking at the next one, which is called Musc Italiani. What's Musc Italiani? So Rommel's probably going to do line infantry with Italy or something. We'll see how that one looks. Let me see. Should be, yep, Musc Italiani. Yeah. Wait for that to load up. Where's the loading bar? There we go. Oh, against Gran Colombia. That should be really fun. Let me look at the chat real quick. Sounds like Command and Conquer, where a nation could build underground and it was undetectable. Yeah, that's basically how spies work in Wars of Liberty. You know, they go into stealth mode and they literally become actually invisible to all the enemy units except for the explorers, the TC, and, you know, those couple of exception units that can... You can basically tell in game if a unit can detect spies if it has this tag here called Seize Stealth. If you see Seize Stealth at all, that means that the unit can actually detect spies within its line of sight. Everything else is basically completely toast when it comes to spies, you know. And what's even worse is spies can even get a handgun too, so they can actually get a pistol and they can start to shoot at units that are in stealth from its stealth mode, and they can't do anything about it. And then the mafioso that Italy gets can actually fire a Tommy gun, so a rapid fire machine gun while in stealth, once they research the violin case. So I mean, that's even better. So many bullets ringing into your opponents and they can't even see where they're coming from. Literally something out of The Godfather, and that's basically what it's meant to emulate. Yeah, so it's going to be Italy versus Gran Colombia, right? Yeah, so what map are we looking at? So here it's called Mendocino. You might recognize this as Dakota in Definitive Edition. Big difference is in Dakota, you don't have this big giant gaping hole here, right? It's a big giant plateau that builds these big circles. So the land is actually elevated. Whereas in Wars of Liberty and Legacy in Mendocino, it's a decrease of land into these craters here, basically. And you have to walk around them, so it does change up the movement on the map quite a bit. You also get these two small trade routes on both sides of the map here. And these are really good for stacking bonuses on the trade routes, usually. You know, if you're Civ like Romania, Germany, and a handful of others actually can train units from the trade route through their cards, this actually makes those bonuses really scary because you can hit that delivery so many times from it. It's crazy. Yeah, really is. This is also always the starting map of every Liga we've ever done that I recall. Both the original Liga, the one for the Lamb patch, the one for the Compromise patch, the one for the Grey Warriors patch. Every Liga we ever do starts on Mendocino, so this is a pretty iconic map for me to see here in that regard. Let's see if this match will be iconic as well. Might be, it might not be. You know? I think in this case, Hishe has a bit of an advantage. I've always fought Hishe with the Gran Colombians before, and Hishe does fairly well against them, you know. In particular, if I go with certain immigrant options, right? Because I've tried to fight him just going 4 ultimate units. I've tried to fight him going Irish immigrants, Arab immigrants, French immigrants, and the what's the other one? I'm trying to remember. So you got French, you got Germans, you got... Well, actually, Gran Colombia can always ship a German colony through their card, but they get French, they get Arabs, they get the Irish, and then I believe they get another one. Yeah, we'll have to see what that one is a bit later, perhaps. Yeah, in that sense, Gran Colombia actually is pretty versatile in immigrant variety, almost as much as Uruguay is, because they can choose between 4 different immigrants, and then already have an immigrant no matter what they do through their card. Which, unfortunately, Rommel does not use, actually. Yeah, he doesn't use that card. But he does have a card that has no deck. He does have a deck that has no cards in it, though. What's up with this? No cards in your deck? Was this like a joke or something? Imagine if he actually tried to use this deck to face Hishe. Like, oh, I don't need no cards. I can handle it all on my own. 100% effort. Yeah. You do need cards. Don't ever go without cards, because it usually doesn't end very well. this game is designed to use cards. Yep, so looking at this deck here, we see some interesting options here. We do see the admirable campaign here. I don't know why I can't say that. I'm an English speaker after all, so yeah. Basically, it gives you a second explorer, allows you to have an extra explorer. Otherwise, yeah, that's kind of obvious, but explorers can increase the XP bounty from nearby fallen enemies. So basically, when you include your explorers in your army, you'll get a lot more XP bounty from killing stuff, which is pretty good. We've got this card Finca here. Mills and plantations are much cheaper, and their upgrades cost less. So think of a mega version of Advanced Mill and Plantation put together. That also makes the text cheaper as well. This could be a pretty good card, I think, in 1v1. You know, I'm really against usually doing Advanced Mill or Advanced Plantation because they're just so slow. But I think if you send this one in mid-game, you probably could get a lot of value out of it, just teching up quicker and potentially getting another building down to keep the gathering going. In terms of the rest of the cards, though, we have mostly military units here. Frontier defenses, and then in Age 3 we got some pretty interesting cards here. We got the Gallia di Colomoro, we got Castromissimo. This is basically the same as a covered wagon, but in addition to giving you a covered wagon, it allows all future wagons you have, whether they're fort wagons, hospital wagons, immigrant wagons. I believe also trucks, right? Like Great War Age trucks as well, because they're in that category to actually move faster and construct quicker. I think if it does improve the trucks from Great War Age, that means that this is probably a great late game card for dealing with enemies that are going to be fighting you on the front lines all the time. Again, those trucks constructed very quickly. Yeah, because normally you can only make Great War Age buildings using trucks, right? Only exception so far is the Belgians, who can construct additional bunkers from other bunkers, basically. That's the only exception we have of non-trucks making stuff in World War I. Another interesting card you don't see all the time is Haropo. Cavalry trickles a small amount of food. So think like the grazing card of India, except basically all your mounted units here will trickle you food. So your Llaneros, your Yanets, Escoltas, your Granadero de Tarqui, as well as your Ramplienas. Yeah. Escoltas used to be in the Grand Colombian roster, and that's why you see Escoltas mentioned there. Fortunately, you can't make those anymore, but you can make a more powerful version of the Escolta through the Grand Colombian Ultimate Unit System, the Ramplienas, which has even more multipliers against heavy infantry. And I'm assuming Italy's doing the same deck. Yeah, literally the same deck as last time. Literally the same deck as we see every time with this kid. But it works. It usually works, you know. He likes to play super late game and focus on training as well as upgrading his eco and his army. You know, which I totally respect. You know, this is the type of deck I did when I first started doing AoE 3. And for a while, you know, I did pretty well in mainly the team games, you know. But then I realized in like 1v1 like this, you do have to do more unit cards, more crate cards, even more villager cards sometimes. So you gotta have to change it up when you're facing 1v1, because there's no allies there to bail you out if you overextend your eco or something. Yeah. I do like that he has so many villager cards though, like 3 vills, 4 vills, 5 vills. This means he does get to boost his eco up pretty well, even without the crates. There again, the extra res up front. Do we know what Rommel researched for his Colombian state? Yeah. Basically, with Grand Colombia, you can either choose to age up as another state of your empire or one of the immigrant options, right? So you got a set of politicians from Venezuela, some from Panama, some from Ecuador, and some from Colombia proper, basically. You can either choose to age up from age 1 to age 5, just doing Gran Colombia politicians. So Ecuador, Venezuela, Colombia, and then Panama. And the advantage of that would be is, well, you don't get any immigrants doing that, except that one exception with the German colony from the home city. You get access to all 4 ultimate units at your presidential palace. But if you do choose to go with full immigrants, right, you decide to fully invest in one immigrant, you get to invest in that full immigrant like you do with the other civs, but you only get one Grand Colombian ultimate unit. Or what sometimes better is, you can mix and match, right? You can maybe in age 3 invest in an immigrant, but for the rest of the game get 2 additional Grand Colombian politicians, just missing out on the ultimate unit you probably don't want. Like if you don't like Independentistas, you can go with the immigrant that's in behind Colombia and just get your Canal Police, Rampiñas, and your Granado Turquís if you don't like those, you know. Or if you're not going to be in a match that has a lot of scout units, you know, there's mostly going to be assault, you can skip out on the Canal Police and perhaps go with the immigrant that's on top of them, which I believe is Confederates. Yeah, that's the 4th one I forgot. So Gran Colombia gets Confederates, French, Arabs, and Irish. Yeah, and then the German exception from the home city. So basically the second most variety of immigrants outside of Uruguay, basically. And what's even cool about them, of course, is the fact that they get so many ultimate units too, that they basically can get out of their presidential palace. The only problem with that system, though, is if your presidential palace gets sniped at all, you can't make those units anymore. It's really tragic. At least with the immigrant colonies, if one of your workers survives, that worker can actually rebuild their immigrant colony, but you can't do the same with your presidential palace. Once it's gone, it's gone. That's the rule of ultimate buildings for the Lamb Civ. What sort of build is Rommel going to do? So he's going to do Conscripto, another variant of the Musketeer for the Latin Americans. It's got a pretty solid hand attack, all things considered. They also got the Escopetero. Escopetero could be thought of as like the crossbowmen of the Europeans in the Legacy game, except instead of a crossbow, they are wielded with shotguns that actually deal some splash damage, as you can see there. They have one area of effect, meaning it fires bullets in all directions that can hit multiple units every time it shoots something out. And that splash attack can actually be improved even further with the buckshot arsenal technology in age 3, which gives it an area of effect of 2, making them even more effective early skirmisher units. The only drawback, of course, is that since they're considered to be sort of archaic unit category, they normally can't be upgraded beyond veteran upgrade, which unfortunately applies to Gran Colombia. There are some exceptions to the rule, like Central Americans and Haitians, which actually do get, and Paraguayans who do get the Royal Guard Escopeteros, but that's pretty far and few between usually for that unit. The Mosqueteros, though, the other archaic unit, that has a lot more civs that actually get the RG for that. Basically, the civs, only a handful of civs can not get Royal Guard Mosqueteros, which would be Peru and Brazil. Everybody else does. And even though Mexico can't get Royal Guard Mosqueteros, they can get Guard and Imperial Mosqueteros from a card they get. So, you know, Mosqueteros are a much more popular thing in Juanito world than the Escopeteros are. In the old days, like when the Lamb patch first came out, there wasn't that archaic unit distinction for the culture, and you actually could get Guard and Imperial Escopeteros with every civ that got access to the unit, but that was quickly changed because of how OP the Juanito civs were usually to deal with. Yeah, pretty broken stuff overall. We'll see here, though. Some line infantry try to engage. They're mainly going to want to target down those Escopeteros first, and then deal with the Conscriptos last. I like how he diversifies his Conscriptos a bit, putting them on the front to maybe re-guide the targeting of Hisha's units, prevent him from hitting the real threatening units, which is the skirmish ones. However, there's such a big mass of line infantry here that he is able to rally a strong defense against them. Right. See, the big difference here is the fact that the Italians can actually get some pretty strong musket units here, because the line infantry get 150 HP, which is actually slightly over that of the Conscriptos, and they also upgraded their damage through the counter cavalry attack card, which benefits line infantry, the pikemen, and the Basigliaires. So Hishe is already starting to work on building a strong anti-cavalry army right here. See if he can chase down those other ones, though. Yeah, should be able to. Also picking up the Team Renaissance card again, just like last game. This will make his age up quicker, which will make his age up slightly quicker and also slightly cheaper, as well as all his other techs as well. So like his farming upgrades, his unit upgrades, all those will be cheaper and faster after you send Team Renaissance. It's going to take out the Explorer there and make a move on to these 10s. If you didn't know, your Explorer as well as your infantry and cavalry can actually construct tent buildings, giving you a distinct advantage on the front lines, right? You know how the Norse infantry can build, longhouses, can build the Great Hall, the hill forts on the front lines. Yeah, that's sort of what the Grand Colombian Army can do, except their mounted units can do it as well. They can construct a tent, which is basically a weaker but cheaper version of the house. They can build the tent barracks, which is a weaker but cheaper barracks, and then the tent stable, which, same thing as the tent barracks, except it's dealing with cavalry. They don't get a tent artillery foundry, though. That's the one thing that they're lacking. So if you want artillery, you unfortunately need to move a ville forward and actually construct a full foundry for them to work with. I think in the original design, the Grand Colombian units could construct a tent foundry, but when the newer devs came in, they said it really doesn't make historical sense because you really couldn't store all those cannon parts in a bunch of tents like that on the front line, so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense having a tent foundry. A foundry is a foundry, it's a big place that stores all the cannons, all the cannonballs, all the material. You're not going to be able to fit all that stuff in a little tiny tent in the middle of a war camp. It's just not going to work like that. Yeah. It's fine, I think in most cases you're generally going infantry and cavalry anyways with Grand Colombia. They're not the best artillery civ, I would say. Though they can actually access nitroglycerin still through the French immigrants. Because there is this nice little perk that you get with the way immigrants work at Grand Colombia. Since you don't ever get the chance to research an immigrant in age 2, you have to wait till at least age 3 to get an immigrant. The devs put this nice little perk in age 3, where your first immigrant that you get will actually grant you if you get an age 3, obviously age 4 would be the same, but if you go capital age with an immigrant, you get both the technologies for the capital age immigrant as well as the ones from the previous age. So in a way, you can actually get more technologies than you normally could and still get away with having 3 ultimate units if you want to, which is pretty nice. And they put that in place so you actually still can get the ultimate power of an immigrant if you want to as well. So yeah, millions of different ways to play Colombia if you so choose. Rommel needs to get buckshot on these Escopeteros right away and get an arsenal somewhere. Right now he's just going barracks, which is making them suffer, I think. Yeah, he's gonna have to do that like punto pronto. Oh, he's gonna get the Granadero Tarqui here. Yeah, this is basically our Grand Colombian horse grenadiers, basically. You remember the Granadero Caballos from Argentina, or the mounted Granaderos from Definitive Edition? This is kind of the same concept, except that they are more or less a charged grenade attack, right? They throw their grenade and then they pull out their lance and become like a lancer, like a Spanish lancer. So they're really good against infantry. So yeah, let's see when these things come out, how well they do with the supporting Escos, and as well as the artisanal cannons coming out of them. Yep, this is what they do. They see their grenade attack, they'll use this first, and then they'll use their lance, which about 48 damage per attack against infantry. Pretty good. It's probably going to try to target this as much as possible. Yep, doing explosive there, and now they pull their lances out and do pretty okay against infantry. The problem with the Granadero Tarqui, though, is they're a lot less specialized against heavy infantry. The Rampillena has about 5x multipliers against heavy infantry, whereas the Tarqui only does about 2x against them because it's more specialized against all types of infantry, whereas the Rampillena is mostly an anti-musketeer sniping tool. History doing a great micro with these line infantry, though. Going right into melee with these cannons, dispatching them pretty quickly. And still has Alpini in the back to support them. Pretty good micro here by him. Though I think these Escos will be enough to finish them off, I believe. Yeah. But these Alpini are going to be a real mess to deal with because they have 24 range, so they're going to be really good for sniping whatever Rommel makes out of the gate. Now we've decided to switch to Voltigeros and Granadero Tarquis. The Voltigero is a really interesting skirmisher unit. Instead of most skirmishers who prefer to stay at long range and fire their rifles, what the Voltigero does is it basically fires a shot from its rifle, and then it becomes a Juanito Loco and tries to chase after him with the machete. You'll see it right here. It's like a crazy Juanito that's trying to chase after you because you took his Juanito Bonito away. Muy enojado, you know. Juanito Loco. Yeah, so basically they'll fire their shot, which for them it's about 28 range damage, which is pretty good with 2.5 multipliers. And then they chase after you with this hand attack of about 15 times 2.5, which really good against heavy infantry and somewhat against dragoons. But was able to finish that off, though, with just the Granadero Tarquis, though. Yeah, that's pretty good. The one good thing about making ultimate units of any civ is they get the automatic regeneration ability when they're idle, just like the Explorers do. So if Rommel stands here with his units for a while, yep, see, they start to heal themselves over time. So ultimate unit play can be really effective for you if you can allow those units to survive, because they'll be able to regenerate their HP. Rommel's going to be going with the fort alongside his presidential palace, just so he knows he can get a proper defense here. Oh, he's going Cuirassier. This is really dangerous, yeah. Somebody might be scratching their heads thinking, wait a minute, isn't that like a French thing? No, in Wars of Liberty, Cuirassiers are a common unit that all the European civs that get heavy cavalry can actually get access to. Now, there are some civs, like the Portuguese, that don't get heavy cavalry, and then there's some that get their own variants, like the Husatruppi of the Swedes, the sort of dismounted Plastuni of the Russians, or the police elephants of the Belgians. But yeah, if you don't get any special exceptions like that, this is going to be your heavy cavalry. They're a bit different from heavy cavalry, the unit from Definitive Edition, because they actually have hand armor instead of pierce armor. This makes them more susceptible to dragoons, but this makes them stronger against musketeers. Which, if you didn't notice here, musketeers, in their bayonet attack, they actually deal less multipliers against the assault class than they do the scout class. So musketeers will actually do less damage to the cuirassier than they would a hussar. This was a measure put in place by the devs to make sure assault cavalry were viable enough to actually use. You know, basically they should be able to counter heavy infantry good enough because that's actually their purpose, is killing heavy infantry without getting completely dismantled in every situation. Hand infantry like the pikemen, though, are an exception to that rule. Pikemen still manage to do multipliers against all shock units the same, whereas musketeers have that difference in their multipliers, basically. Because, you know, pikemen are pikemen. They're the thing that basically takes down any cavalry, whether it's armored or not. Look at those Granado Tarquis completely dismantling those line infantry. That was pretty phenomenal there. How many of them survived? Let me see. Still got about 8 of them, right? It's going to train more of them with the coin he's got. Got some Voltageros, some Escos. He really should be doubling up on his Escopetero production and again the buckshot for these. If he can combine buckshot Escopeteros with these Granado Tarquis and the few Voltageros he has, I think that might be a winning strategy for Rommel. Could totally be a winning strategy for Rommel here. How many of these can you get? You can get about, I believe you can get 15 of these, right? Yeah, you can get 15 of them. Rommel's reached the limit of that. I wonder if he's going to make any other ultimate unit here. What's the other one he got? Did he get Rompelienas? Did he get Independentistas? Or did he get Canal Police? Yeah, basically the difference between Canal Police and other sort of like maneuver units is standard dragoons deal multipliers against assaulted range, whereas the Canal Police does multipliers against the scout class at range. So it's actually like your old school the 5th edition dragoon that can really destroy hussars, whereas most dragoons in this game don't do that great against hussars, at least in range combat. Very interesting choice by Rommel going into melee with the Granado Tarquis here. Not the best idea, you know. Doing a little bit of back and forth there, but just not going to do enough, though. It's almost as like Rommel doesn't understand how to make a proper unit composition or something. He probably should at least be making units out of his fort. If he made some units and went in there with that, that'd probably be a little bit better. But Rommel messed up so bad that he just resigned. Like, oh, the gringo got me, so I have to resign. Yeah. The other gringo, not me. The other one. So, yeah. Yeah, so, what happened here post-game wise? Italy actually had the upper hand this time in economy. How nice. Militarily, excellent work here. For all that weird stuff that Rommel was making, he only got 80 kills. Yeah, ouch, that hurt. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah. You see here, shipments. Yep, Hishay did good in that as well. I mean, he did a phenomenal job this game. I'd really like to see one where he goes Great War Age. That'd be pretty cool. You know, that would be fun to cast because Hishay is really good with Great War Age. He does some pretty wacky builds with it that really makes people suffer. I see Usama Barafani here. What's the latest version of Wars of Liberty? The latest version of Wars of Liberty is 1.1.1b. That's the latest version right now. And there'll likely be other ones similar to that, like maybe a 1.1.1c if they release additional World War I technologies. And maybe even a 1.1.1d. Who knows? There's no telling when 1.1.2 would actually come out, which I would assume would be the Middle East patch. I don't know when that would ever be released. Right now, sort of the only things we're seeing in the horizon is just like Great War Age technologies, which we technically need because when Great War Age first came out, we didn't have any techs at all, and we've slowly begun trickles into them. Both common ones as well as unique ones, right? If you want to know what those techs are, I've done a lot of analysis on those on my channel. I did ones on the initial technologies. I did one on the second pack of technologies, and then I did one on the third pack of technologies. So, and then if they do a fourth and the fifth pack of technologies, I'll be sure to cover those as well on there too. So definitely, if you're wondering what those techs are and why they matter, try to give a good rundown on those. Yeah, I'm just reading something. I'm trying to check right now what the file name of our next game is going to be. So the next one we're going to do is called what's this one? It's called Dulazo. All right, so that one should be pretty easy to find. Let me see. Dulazo, this one. Yeah. Alucard versus Rommel. We're gonna watch Rommel get pummeled into the earth by Alucard. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Probably will. Alucard is like the demigod of Wars of Liberty. Him and Jeff. Jeff and Alucard are like the best Wars of Liberty players of all time. Other than me, of course, right? Yeah. Before we get started, though, I want to check out the mappy real quick. I believe this is Cascade Range, right? Yep, this is Cascade. Yep, you got the little dips of water here, pretty much, and you got this cool little pattern of the land, basically, with all these interlockings between green and beige, basically, on the mini-maps. I've always found that pretty cool about this map. In terms of natives, you got Klamath natives and you got Nuka natives. So you got some skirmisher-based natives and some clubmen, basically. So yeah, you got a variety of those. No trading posts, though, so if you're on the Ottomans, you're going to be really sad about this map. What civs? Alucard is going with Brazil. Rommel is going with China. Triming Trufa Hauda versus Vipazir. Very cool. Very interesting setup. Brazil has some pretty good play now in terms of FF that we saw with Luiz Kaiser. You can actually FF now into some pretty strong mounted dragoons, which for Brazil are called the Cazador Montados, which is basically a Cazador mounted on a horse. Yeah, you like Cazadors, right? Now imagine them on top of horseback. Super fast and super high damage. Yeah. Very, very powerful. So let's get started right now and see who can actually win this setup here. Alright, let's start. Alright. Basically, China in Wars of Liberty is pretty close to what it is in Definitive Edition. Obviously, you don't have all those fancy schmancy cards that the DE devs added to them, but you got some other cool stuff here. You get this card called Year of the Rat, and basically it has this effect of delivering villagers to your town center on every age up. So the earlier in the game you get it, the more useful it is to you. I don't think anybody ever uses it, though. And at one point, they were going to do this cool thing where every year they were going to change the card to the next animal of the Chinese New Year, which they did for like a little bit, and then they decided not to. They got to the year of the rat, and then they changed it to the year of the ox, and then they changed it back to the year of the rat again, because nobody wants to create like 20 or so different animal cards for one card and do it every year, you know? Year of the pig, year of the monkey, year of the, you know, rat again, all those animals. And they also get some new units too. The Chinese get these units, I believe they're called Yung. They're these emergency units you can actually train from your villages. They do lose hit points over time, but they don't cost any population. So, you know, you could mass up a pretty large army of them behind your army and get some extra range support from them. And they're awfully cheap. They're only like a little bit of food and wood. They also get the Kanzu Braves from the home city shipments. From some home city shipments you can send in. Basically, they're a hybrid between Musketeer and Skirmisher. Their ranged attack is that of a Skirmisher, whereas their melee attack is that of a Musketeer against Cav. Which unfortunately means they get both tags of Skirmish and and Heavy Infantry. So they get countered by Skirmishers as well as anti-Skirmishers, like actual anti-Skirmishers like the Artist Rifle and then the Lanceros and the Scout class. So yeah, lots of things they have to worry about. Lots and lots of things. Rommel goes for Furrier. I think it's a pretty good choice for this map, because this map actually has extra berry bushes on it than the standard ones near your base. So even if you run out of hunts, you can use the Furrier to get a better gather rate on the berries as well. So that's a pretty nice one. As you know, there's no standard Chinese villager cards, so that's sort of what you have to do. The thing that you'll find pretty interesting, though, is that they actually removed the refugee cards for China. And what they did instead was they worked in a bonus where every time China ages up, they get one additional villager from each town center as well as each village that they currently own. So if you decide to build all your villages in age 1 for whatever reason and you somehow didn't die, you could actually get away with like eight or so free villagers from doing that. Yeah. They still have the cards that increase the build limit of villagers too. You deliver rickshaws of them. So that's actually one way you could actually get even more free villagers. In fact, it's particularly useful when you're going from age 2 to 3 and 3 to 4. If you still haven't reached the max of bills from 4 to 5, it can also get you over the top there as well. You normally, in terms of age 1 to 2, if you're really precise, you can often get 3 free villagers, basically equating to a regular villager card. Perhaps, mayhaps, yeah. Because Rommel didn't go with the standard 300 crates of food, his age up is slightly delayed. Or he's just really newbie compared to Alucard. Because Alucard is just that legendary. He's going Summer Palace. Tends to be the standard one to go for. You actually can go White Pagoda now because they changed the Disciple to be a non-shock infantry now. Which means pikes no longer shred through Disciples. And as... yep, Rommel's taking advantage of that fact, in fact, and he's actually going to train some Disciples right now. He's only going to make 1, though. So, he's probably not going to... Yeah. Well, if he was going to make more of them, I think he would have won White Pagoda, and did that accordingly. And he also is lacking those key Shaolin Master cards from the home city that is normally associated with going with the full martial arts style rush with the Disciples. Because you can actually have up to, I believe, if I check over... Where are the Disciples exactly? Let me see, I could track it down with the Hawk. Did they die? Yep, here they are. So you can have up to 7 Disciples normally, and I believe you can have up to 12 with the White Pagoda. That slave there is actually doing a really good job at fighting the Disciples. He's actually shows more martial arts prowess than the Shaolin Masters do with their Kung Fu, which was pretty remarkable. They do this like, martial art called Copira, where they do these very high kicks in the air. And I actually saw him swinging higher with his feet than the disciples were, and that was pretty phenomenal. It's a bonus that's been available for these slave villagers since the earliest days of War of the Triple Alliance and Wars of Liberty. And what they allow you to basically do is, if you're getting raided by something like Hussars, you can actually reposition your slaves into sort of like a circle or a ring. And you're actually able to get really high damage where they'll all do their sort of like kung fu moves on them. And they actually have a chance, too, of dealing critical damage, just like the Shaolin Masters do on the Chinese side. And in the old days, when they used to have like a lot of villager upgrade cards for Brazil, they used to be able to do slave rushes. You could actually rush low-level players with slaves and win the game. I don't think you can still do it because I believe they only get like one villager hit point upgrade now, I believe. Back then it was called Pioneers, now it's got a more Juanito-based name if it's there at all. And there's the only way I think you can really upgrade your villagers a whole lot through immigrants is through the ultimate power for the Chinese, which Brazil doesn't get. They get the Italians, Germans, Confederates, and the Japanese, yeah. Because one of the main Brazilian civ bonuses is they have an extra option on their special techs, right? Back when religion was a thing, Brazil had 3 religions instead of 2 religion options. They get 4 immigrant options. They get, yeah, that's basically what they do pretty much. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I'm hoping they bring religions back to the game. That'd be pretty cool. You know, religions are pretty fun. But I do like the fact that churches now trickle experience as well. That's pretty neat. Looks like he is indeed doing a Cazador Montado FF. Is that right? He's got the Campagna de Cordillera, which is basically Brazil's version of counter-infantry rifling. It ships you about 12 of the Cazador Montados, and it grants him 1x against heavy infantry. So basically, your Cazador Montados have as much multipliers as the European skirms do after researching the counter-infantry rifling. Rommel, though, knows this, and he's not going to let him get away with it so easily, so he's going to try to shoot his Krupp steel cannon here from the edge up, using his Chuko News. Oh, now he's going to attack him with the Disciples. That's going to wipe him out. Beautiful. Now we actually have the reposition his fort position to the back of his base. This is a very good move by Rommel because this basically forces Alucard to put his fort in the back of the base, which makes his tower up here more vulnerable, his house here, and potentially even his German immigrant colony. Rommel's going to try to attack the fort now, but what he doesn't realize is these slaves are still very tough. Look at that Copira. Look at how high those kicks are. Wow. And you know with the Chinese, their HP is so low that the Copira is just so effective against them. I think it's called Copiera. That's what the martial art is, Copiera. Where they do those high swing kicks against their enemies. Yeah, very powerful though. Researching Lot of the Free Womb. So if you didn't know, Brazil actually has a very strange way of accessing villagers. Instead of training villagers individually, they have to do slave trades to purchase more slaves from Africa. Yeah. Basically all that Atlantic slave trade stuff all over again. Pretty much. And every slave trade you do becomes slightly more expensive. But you have an alternative path, obviously. Instead of doing slave trades, you can research these laws, like Law of the Sexagenaries, which are called abolition technologies. The more abolition technologies you research, the more expensive your slave trades will become. But the more slave trades you do, the more expensive your abolition techs will be. Eventually, you can research so many abolition text that your African slaves are no longer slaves. They're actual citizens of your state, and they can actually train villager. You can actually train the slaves from your town center as normal villagers, which is pretty neat, you know. And also some nice other perks too, like the slaves will actually, now called citizens, will actually be cheaper than normal vills. They'll gather better from agriculture. I believe they'll trickle experience as well. Multiple bonuses like that really makes them stand out. Another side note about Brazil, instead of hunting dogs and like steel traps, they actually get sickle and plow. Since they're mostly a slave-based economy at the start of the game, it made more sense to give them agricultural bonuses at their market to boost the gather rate from mills rather than hunted animals. The slaves can still gather pretty well from huntables, but what ends up happening is these technologies, plow and sickle, make mill gathering more viable in Age 2. And then once you hit Imperial Age, your mill gathering will be even better than that than all the other civs, because you've already been teching into it since the first age, potentially. Also picking up refrigeration, so this mill gather rate's going to be even better now. Notice how Alucard moved to the haciendas once the sickle and the plow were researched and the refridge. So this food economy is going to be really good now. You also have Aparcedia here, which is basically the same as sustainable agriculture, and extractivism, which is the same as economic theory in terms of effect. Which means basically Alucard has, I think, potentially all the possible food cards that he could with Brazil, which is going to make his gather rate really good here. Rommel, though, doesn't want any of that. He's already starting to get some of his hand mortars here. These really powerful siege weapons of the Chinese. He's backing them up with the Nien Riders. These are the same as the Steppe Riders in the 5th edition, except they have multipliers against all infantry. So instead of being like Salwars, they're actually like little mini Spanish Lancers, since their 1.25 multiplier affects all infantry units. Heavy, light, doesn't matter. This is the Zangu over here. It's basically the new version of the Arquebusier. The Disciplined Boxer. This is the same as the Chang Dao, except instead of carrying a Chang Dao sword, they can carry just about anything. Some of them probably still use Chang Dao swords. Some of them use short swords. Some of them use Quang pikes. They'll use a variety of weapons. Looks like Rommel is allied with the Germans at the consulate, and thus he has the Totenkopf Hussars. This will be a really good option against these Cazador Montados. Oh wow, look at that. Alucard getting the gold works wagons from the German immigrant techno. Ooh, cool. Just in the nick of time, too, because he's going to lose that German immigrant colony. Did he get any immigrant workers? Let's see. Can he get it? Can he get it? Can he get it? Can he get it? Yes. Is this the only one? Yes. Excellent. See, you know why that really matters? Because if he didn't get that in time, that means he wouldn't be able to rebuild his German colony at all. That would be very devastating for him. So we had to make sure he got at least one German Mason safe in the town center. He's going to take him out now and do some work. But, yeah, just know that if you know your German or whatever immigrant colony you're going to do is going to get burned down, you need to get one worker out of it alive at least. Otherwise, that colony is gone forever and no more immigrant units for you. Or techs if you haven't got them yet. I think this is basically saying that Alucard's going to go full German immigrants this time, which is going to give him some more powerful bonuses. See, you can do immigrants two ways in War's Liberty. You can either get a variety of immigrants, right, granting you access to a variety of units, or you can stick with one immigrant and get stronger age-up bonuses from those immigrants, and more technologies from that one individual immigrant. right? Because Alucard stuck directly with the Germans, his industrial age up would actually grant him a Ford wagon. And if he decides to go with Germany in that Ford wagon, his imperial age will grant him 2 factory wagons. Yeah, the 48ers. Which is going to be really good in terms of getting him lots of eco. In terms of eco, he's got another economic build in here called the Ingeno. The Ingeno is basically a big giant farm. But you don't only have the ability to gather food from it, you can also gather wood, you can gather coin, and I believe you can gather experience from it as well. I believe you can. Yeah, and it's just really powerful in that regard. And you can have about 20 gatherers on it instead of 10, making it a really good eco building. And of course, like all your ultimate buildings, it will train your ultimate unit, which for Brazil is the Guardia Negra, which is basically a Brazilian version of a Coyote Runner, except that it can go stealthy as well, making it slightly better over... Well, actually, it puts them on par with the Aztec Coyote Runners, because they can be stealthy as well, but you don't have to research an additional card to get them there. They're already like that. Yep, he's actually going to start to make some of these Guardia Negras right now. Still making the Cazador Montados to counter these units. Really good against the Manchu over here, which are the same as the Kejiks. Also going to be pretty good against these Chengdaos, and really any of these other infantry units. Let's see if we can get enough Guardia Negras out in enough time to save the fort. That'd be pretty good. Yep, here they are. At this base stat, they do about 22 hand, and they're about 145 HP. Excellent for taking out all these skirmisher units near the fort. Fortunately, you got these hand mortars here, making a siege on the fort over there. It's going to try to ship in more of the Cazador Montados. Yeah, this is getting kind of serious, though. Have to micro down some of these boxers here. Take out these Zangus, these Chukunus. But now the Niens are going to try to charge in with the Hussars. I'm more worried about the Hussars, because the one thankful thing for being a mounted skirmisher is they obviously don't have to worry about the anti-infantry multiplier, since they're not infantry, right? But if you have an anti-skirmish multiplier like the Lancero, then they do have to worry about that. That's sort of the one little perk you get from using mounted skirmishers, is things like cannons that deal multipliers against infantry doesn't apply to this, so it'd only be taking 84 damage instead of the 84 times 1.5 basically. Cool things to know when you're playing Wars of Liberty. So it looks like Alucard's doing a defense with these Montados here. The Guardia Negras should be able to... Well, all the skirmish units are gone now, so he's mainly just throwing these Guardias in just to do additional damage if possible. Still alive, technically. Did ship out these 9 Conscriptos in time, so just one more unit to help defend with. Yeah, you probably don't want the German Mason right there, because that means no more German immigrants for you, which is really sad. It may mean Alucard will have to pick another immigrant in the next age up, because you won't be getting Germans back. Yeah, that's the one sad thing. If you lose your German colony and you age up with that immigrant again, you cannot get another wagon from the... Yeah, the code just isn't sophisticated enough to allow that. So, you lose it, unless you have a German Mason there to rebuild it. So maybe he could go Confederates, he could go Japan, he could go Italians. Italian immigrants in Age 4 are pretty solid, you know. They grant you the Tatamillion as well as the Legion Agricola. And in fact, they have a technology that lets your Italian colony produce Legion Agricolas, basically, multiple for free, basically. Yeah. You know, your factory produces heavy cans over time. Well, your Italian colony will basically produce the Legion Agricola for free over time. And all Legion Agricola are is they're basically Bersigliers, so they're basically dismounted dragoons, which combined with the Cazador Montanos, quite a good unit in terms of synergy. This is a pretty fierce attack by Rommel, though, I'm not gonna say. You know, normally you don't see Alucard get shooken this easily, but Rommel's doing a pretty good job at it. Quite a good job at it. It's gonna start getting that card I talked about earlier that basically gives the counter-infantry rifling to the Cazador Montados. He needs all the multipliers he can get to max out his micro. And he's also going to be making some of these Guardia Negras to rush the artillery with them and probably the skirmishers with them as well. Just trying to recover his eco as best as possible. Does he have any infinite shipments? No, but he probably could ship some Volantes to deal with any long dragons that China makes. These long dragons are basically the replacement to the Flying Crow for the Wars of Liberty mod. They sort of serve the same purpose, really. I don't know if they have the same splash values as the long dragon, though, but it says here they do 4 splash, so I'm thinking maybe they are the same stats as the Flying Crow. Could be. It'll be good when they fix the scenario so you can actually run them in Wars of Liberty again. Be pretty cool if you could play Arena in Wars of Liberty. Make all these cool units in it. Including the Great War Age ones. Be pretty neat. I'm just wondering if Alucard can actually fend this off or not. Because it seems like their scores are pretty neck and neck right now, you know? It's not like Rommel has a huge, gigantic lead here at all. But he does have some resources, though, so I don't know. Like, how's this going to go? Basically, the way Germany works now in the consulate is instead of their Uhlans for their 1st battalion, they give you line infantry instead, under the name Maykoffers, which would be their Royal Guard name, with their Royal Guard German uniform on, as you can see here. Yeah, they're actually, yep, I don't know if you can tell, but they actually do have their pickle hub helmets on with the spike on it, which is pretty neat. Yeah, hand mowers is definitely a problem here. Things are just so long range, and they're a lot less committed. Well, here's the thing: when you make a mortar, right? It's like 100 wood, 400 coin. You have to commit a lot of resources into mortars. But to make these little Chinese hand mortars, they're only about 50 food and 90 wood, which is not a huge front-up investment to make one. So it's pretty easy to get started with these things in every game if you like them. Now, whereas mortars, you can't always make mortars, but you can definitely make these hand mortars all the time. That's just one thing you can enjoy about. Going in with the Guardia Negras here, which is pretty good. Looks like most of the boxers are gone. It's gonna be able to clean those up, I believe. Oh no, but here comes the meteor hammers, though. Yeah, these nasty heavy cavalry. Yeah. Yep, China can still get these meteor hammers in their roster. They're gonna wipe out all the Cazador Montados, though. Yeah. Very unfortunate indeed. post game, Brazil had more resources than China. That was pretty neat. You know, Brazil gets a really good economy with their agriculture. You can see how that effective sickle and plow had on their food eco here. And the fact that they were able to fight that strong even in those odds, you know. I don't know if he kept his immigrant colony. He was able to add in the German Lancers at that point. The Legion Diabo, which are basically German immigrant Uhlans. That would have made a difference here. Totally could have made a difference, you know. The way Ulan cavalry works in Wars of Liberty is they actually cost 1 pop instead of 2 pops, so you can actually have double the Uhlans you could have in Legacy, basically. Legacy can only have like 5 Uhlans for 10 pop, but for Wars of Liberty, you can have about 10 Uhlans for 10 pop, and they're quite spammable, you know. The idea is basically Uhlans are very low HP, close to that of infantry. At least the way they set them up in this mod, so they should be spammable. Yeah. Who got the most kills? Wow, Alucard almost got like 2 to 1 kill ratio. That's pretty good. 2 kills per unit in his army. That's quite exceptional, actually. Quite good. Whereas Rommel made a bunch of stuff and he only got 108 kills. Yeah, that sort of sounds like China to me. Pretty close in those stats. So now we're going to look for game number 5 now and see what that one's called. Let me open the game. It's loading right now. Good. Here we go. I'm going to read the chat now, too, before I put the next game on. Oh, it says HVNI Gaming. Games would go on for hours with the tunnel mechanic in Command and Conquer. Oh, yeah. Doesn't Kikimadamitos play a lot of Command and Conquer? Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Alejandro Verdi Garcia, nice job. What's the next Civ for Create? I believe the next Civs are going to release our Middle Eastern Civs. So I know Saudis are probably part of that list. Persians are. And Uzbeks and possibly Afghans as well. So all Middle Eastern factions. James Mendez, it's the first time that Rommel beat Alucard. Very good game, GG. Juanito Fuerte, sí. Ambos son Juanitos muy fuertes, yeah. Yep, both Juanitos are very strong. I believe this next one we're going to do is called Record Game 5. No, it's called Record Game 1 with the parentheses of 5. And if you just want to hear the description of it in the Discord, I'll get that to you in 1 second. Just gotta wait for this to load up. Don't want this thing crashing. Yeah, sometimes when you try to exit out of the game when it's in the loading process, it, No, it's actually not this one. Let me download again and then, make sure it's the right one. It was released by Sask instead of, Rommel this time. It's called Record Game 1 3v3 Long Life for the Elephants. Long life for the elephants? Well, we all hope that elephants live a long life, you know? We all want Dumbo to live a very long and prosperous life if possible. Right? So, let me just name this, Elephant. Or Elefante in Juanito language. Elefante. I'll put that in there. Copy that. Paste it into the save game folder called Elefante. Alright. Let me do that. I might want to just restart again super quick and make sure that everything resets with the file. Alright, let's do this. Got Elefante in there. We can watch Elefante now. Elefante should be a very good one. Do this, and then we find Elefante. Long life for the elephants. Let's see how this one works. Oh, so this is the one. Alright. So who do we have here? We have Daniel Pereira, the legendary developer of Wars of Liberty and so many other mods. You know, Portuguese Civ mod, mod. Every mod so many Age of Empires mods you know about. Daniel Pereira was somewhere in the scenes coding something, you know. Pretty cool. Then you got Sask and Kevin RK. Pretty familiar with those Juanitos as well. And then on the other side, we got Martin Scorsese, Rommel, and Lauro Neto, the Juanito of Brazil. Yeah, so this should be a pretty interesting one. It's a 3 versus 3 on Jebel Musa, which in Definitive Edition we call Tripolitania. The sort of spade-looking structure that comes out of the top here. Then you basically have the Libyan coast here, what I believe it's called. Yeah, this would be the Libyan coast, right? Yeah, at least in terms of Definitive Edition. You got Apache natives on it as well as Jesuit natives on in this version. Whereas the one in DE, I believe, would have Berbers and maybe Sudanese on it or something. I don't know. I haven't watched it enough times there. You got this nice trade route as well. Then you get it cuts down the side of the map, which you can grab the 3 trading posts on. And then, of course, if you want to go fishing, this map does offer fishing. You got whales, and you got tarpon. So these really nice looking fish. So let's get started and see how this match turns out. We got Sask with the Indians. We got United States, Kevin RK with the United States. And we got Daniel Pereira with the United States. So we could call this Timba Gringo. See, Timba Gringo. As for the opposing side, we got the Canadians. We got the Australians. And we got the Italians. So basically, maple syrup, spaghetti sauce, and Vegemite, basically. Yeah, sounds delicious, doesn't it? Oh, that sounds disgusting. Imagine mixing Vegemite with your maple syrup and your Italian tomato sauce. That's a concoction that I wouldn't want to smell in the morning. I think only an Australian would probably like that. Because they love Vegemite like it's peanut butter. Yeah, pretty much. 1 second, I think I'm going to put a light on. It's getting a little dark in here. You can watch these guys build in the meantime. I'll pause it so we can talk. Let me put the light on super duper quick and I'll be back in 1 second. Light is on and we can continue. Great. Alright, let's continue. So, in terms of strategy here, this could be a pretty interesting one. I think there could be a lot of potential team synergy here if they just play their cards right, as in literally playing their cards right. Why I say that is basically Canada is one of the best team card civs in the game. They get a very large variety of team cards, pretty much. Yeah, Lauro Neto did an excellent job with the team aspect. He's got the Team Villager cards here, Team Pioneers 1 and Team Pioneers 2. He's got Maple Syrup, Exotic Hardwoods, Dominion, Active Union. Also has the Squash Plantations, right, and Mounted Police Combat. So, basically all the really important team cards for the most part, or at least most of them. There's still some other ones like Team Sawmills, Team Food Silos, and Team Rum Distillery, I believe he could have put in there, and some others. But yeah, this is a pretty good start. I mean, this is the way you usually play Canada. Just send a lot of team cards to your team. Yeah. There's also some good ones in Age 2 for military, like a team card that gives everyone Black Bears and one that gives everyone Metis Rebels, which is actually an Age 3 skirmisher available in Age early through that card. So maybe could have put those in there, but other than that, I'm pretty impressed. Also, the number of Fur Trader shipments is pretty nice. So definitely liking what Canada's doing. As you can see, they're already enjoying having the extra Pioneers in their hand now. In particular because United States actually lacks proper Pioneer shipments. They can only ship in the Fur Traders. So it really ensures that United States and also the Italians just gets a little bit of extra boost in their Age 1 eco. Right? For United States, they're going to be doing something called the 3v3 Texas. So this is a build probably built around setting up Texas. Send up the Texas Ranger as their Age 3 unit, right? Basically, United States, you can either choose between the Union and the Confederacy. Their Age 3 unit is the Texas Ranger. With the difference between them and other Dragoons is the Texas Ranger doesn't have any multipliers against artillery, but it does have multipliers against heavy infantry instead. So basically it's a hybrid between maneuver class and skirmish class. They're actually part of that same class as the Rifle Rider in terms of tagging, because the Rifle Rider was also given the skirmish tag instead of maintaining a heavy cavalry tag. Yeah. Yep, they can certainly be pretty good because they're really good for wiping out musketeers and heavy cavalry, which a lot of civs might actually want to make in a lot of cases. You know, that whole Pardo Musketero composition, well, Texas Rangers are great for wiping that out. 300 cords of wood in Age 1. That's pretty interesting. I didn't quite expect that. I would have waited off to just get the 700 wood in Age 2 myself. Get the greater value card, personally. That's just me. I'm just curious what Scorsese's going to do. Scorsese has 700 wood. It's going with mostly the merchant shipments, so the Gathering Villager. They also have 3 Hussars as a backup. 1 Falconet in Age 3, because unfortunately they lack the 2 Falconet card. In terms of upgrades, a lot of eco upgrades. Has the Royal Decree. Omerta. Merchants now boost the attack and hit points of Camaristas. Yep, basically a bit of buff to the Mafiosos. Yeah, basically there's a lot of references to the Godfather in More Liberty. You got the Omerta icon. If you didn't know, this is the same icon they got from the Godfather. They got the violin case. They even have the Godfather as an age-up politician, which you can get in the Imperial Age. Or you used to be able to. I don't know what they got now. I think they got a variety of other stuff now, but you used to be able to age up as the Godfather and get more mafiosos from it. Pretty cool stuff. What's going on this United States front? So this one's called My Deck because it's my deck and nobody else's deck. Don't ever ask me for this deck because it's my deck. I like it. No crate shipments in Age 2. Daniel Pereira almost plays like I did about 10 years ago. Which, you know, it's alright. I mean, he's at least got a lot of unit shipments here. He could really rush out with the Louisiana Tigers, potentially, or the Marines, depending on what he... So this would send Marines, so he went with the Union. So he'd be able to send out the 11X, right? 6 11X, 3 Light Cav, 8 Militia. So yeah, Had some viability here. Also has the purchase cards. So you got purchase of Alaska and purchase of Louisiana. Louisiana purchase gives you a food trickle with 3 coureur de bois, so some good villagers. Whereas the Alaska one gives you a wood trickle, along with the Inuit Kwamutik, which is basically a dog sled native. That I believe also makes an appearance in Age of the World on the Definitive Edition. What's India doing? India playing pretty standard 2v2, 3v3, I would say. Doesn't have a Mahouchim, which I'm a little shocked by. Sepoy Resistance. That's an interesting card idea. It could be, depending on the situation, you know. 99 Sepoys out of the gate. The cost of losing all your villies. Could be an option. You know, Sepoys are pretty solid, you know. As you can see here, you basically see Sepoys trained in just about every game with India. Yeah, it's kind of the way, you know. Train lots and lots of Sepoys out of your Agra fort. We see Australia win with the colonial faction. We see Bush Rangers once again. Will Rommel mess it up this time? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see if Rommel messed it up this time. Oh, what happened to that Bush Ranger? Did you see how he went out of bounds there and went up into the sky? That's really strange. Yeah. And sometimes you get those cool animations in Age of Empires 3. Unit will just be standing there and then they'll just go up like 20 feet in the air for no reason. Now we got the Gurkhas coming in now. Gonna be supporting them. Yeah, this tends to be the pretty signature infantry comp you can do with India. Sepoy with Gurkha. They're also going to be backed up with some of the United States Marines here, now called the Leathernecks. Difference between them and other skirmishes, instead of anti-heavy infantry and maneuver, they do anti-siege attack, anti-siege trooper, and anti-artillery. These stats are actually based off of Definitive Edition. The United States Marine, which was a upgrade to the Minuteman and the United States Civ over there. Those were used to inspire the stats of all what we call naval infantry or sailors in Wars of Liberty. And Leathernecks are just one of those sailor units, basically. You can also make these as the European civs, but they're called Marines and not Leathernecks, basically. The Latin American civs and the nation-state civs can make sailors. And then there's some other potential ones as well. Like, there's some native ones you can get on some of the Central American maps. There is the Infante de la Marina for the Spanish, the Tropas de la Marina for the Quebecois faction of the Canadians, which we actually see active right here. These Canadian Marines here are actually really good combat units because they sacrifice a large part of their hit points for range damage, dealing about 32 range damage overall, making them pretty formidable for wiping out a lot of infantry and even villagers. You know, they can be an exceptional raiding unit against villagers. Because think of it, 32 damage, 16 range. It's basically really high-powered crossbowmen. They're just really good for taking out many economic units, pretty much. And what else we got here? It looks like the Italians are going to be converging off and going down towards the other section over here. The cool part about the Jebel Musa or the Tripolitania map is you got these really nice choke points with these cliffs. It just takes a little bit of wall for a little wood, and you can effectively make a really solid choke point from pathway to pathway here and build a really nice protective area there along the side. And basically what that can mean is, though I haven't really experienced this yet in any team game, gives a lot of potential for great War Age play. because players will sort of stick in their own little plateau for long enough, and then one team that really wants to go for the big boom is going to pick the Great War Age and just build out lots of tanks and planes and automobiles, armored cars. Yeah. Sticking with the Tropas de la Marine, probably a good choice. I mean, eventually you gotta make some other stuff, but for the time being, making a lot of these is a pretty solid option. In particular, because if somebody does go FF, puts out 2 Falconets or something like that, guess what? Tropa de la Marine will deal about, let's say about, not 64, but rather like 50 something damage per shot. As much as an Imperial Musketeer almost. Just in Age 2, not even any additional upgrades. I mean, you can still get Veteran for these, Guard, Imperial, plus that boost from the Arsenal technologies. I forget what it's called. It's not GunCon. GunCon gives gunpowder units more range. Dynamic Bullets gives the Rifleman more multipliers against assault. It's some other one that gives all the... Oh, wait a second, that's actually only for the heavy infantry, so unfortunately it does not affect the Tropas de la Marines anymore. I say anymore because back in the old days, Marine infantry were actually heavy infantry. Now they're skirmish units, so they actually don't benefit from that at all. But they do benefit from GunCon, which will bring their range up to about 18, which is just under that of a regular skirmisher, which would be 20 range, giving it a pretty good length and reach against things like Sepoys and pretty comparable to standard skirms. You can probably even outdo them in most situations, potentially. Big army from Italy here. Line infantry, grenadiers, the hussars from that 3 hussar shipment. This is going to be a pretty formidable mass over here, but I'm just wondering what Rommel's got in mind. Rommel, for the moment, isn't going to do any real army. Has a couple of leftover bushes there. It's going to go for a side attack with the sappers. This is the Anglophony replacement to petards. Whereas a petard, it's a big kamikaze unit. Once he puts down his little explosive device, he ends up blowing up in the blast. Sappers are a lot smarter, and instead of blowing themselves up, they just take these big heavy shovels and basically dig trenches underneath the defenses of the enemy, causing the building to collapse. But in the way it works in Wars of Liberty, instead of doing that, it looks like they're just bashing their shovel through the walls of the building, like it's a pike or something. So yeah, in this universe, sappers are basically like little mini battering rams, because of the way they use those shovels. And interestingly enough, just like the battering ram, sappers don't actually have a separate siege attack. They actually use the same hand attack against the buildings, but they get extra multipliers against buildings. So their normal hand attack with the shovel, as you can imagine, isn't going to be that much because, well, you're poking people with the shovel. It's not going to hurt that much, but against the building, it's going to be 90. It's going to be about 80 damage without any upgrades. It's actually well, they're actually the militia and the Spontour are an archaic unit. The sappers are actually an archaic unit. They can't upgrade them beyond veteran upgrade. So they end up doing it at most, I think, like 90 or something damage against buildings, which is still fairly good. You can never upgrade petards either, and they're still using Imperial Age in death matches with HVNI, as we all know, in Alea. So, yeah, definitely seeing sappers using Imperial Age is definitely a strategy we can do if we want to take down buildings very quickly, including just sniping individual buildings, taking out a factory, taking out a fort, taking out an ultimate building from a Juanito Civ, a wonder from a civ like the Asians here with their Agra Fort, or even just supply depots in Great War Age. Imagine how obnoxious it is to wipe out their supply depots, because that means they can't build any more Great War Age units in that vicinity until they get those things back up online, basically, And a truck before they get automobile is going to be 500 wood. which very expensive. They have to research automobile to actually get those trucks down to a cost of 375 wood, so sniping supply depots with sappers is absolutely a great strategy. But throwing your light cav into this mix-up is not a good strategy, Rommel. What are you doing here? Get them out of there. You know, you're Australia. You don't get a lot of resources. You don't need to be burning through units that quickly. At least, does he know about the... Yep, he knows about the fort construction. That's good. The team is aware of where this fort's going to go up. Looks like United States are also going to put a fort up here. Looks like Daniel Pereira with the United States has put up Fort Ticonderoga over here. Whereas the Green United States are putting up Fort Laramie over here. So two very 100% all-American made forts around the middle of the map over here. This should be a very good defense, and it's going to be a real challenge for the, the Canadian team to really siege their way through this defensive line over here. Also putting out a covered wagon here. Probably to grab up all these ibex on this side over here. And potentially to add an even additional layer of defense, because you could put your villagers in the town center to provide another range attack for this entire defensive line here. Unfortunately, India already sent their Agra Fort out, so it's not like they're going to be able to put their structure there. But at least they'll be defending in the home area for the Allies. Some frontier defenses, some frontier wagons are here. These will be able to make some redoubts, which is yet another defensive building that they're going to be able to add to this sort of defensive line here with all these stables, barracks, and foundries. This is going to be a really good assault point for the American and Indian team. The choice of Howdahs by Sask is a pretty interesting one. While you really can't spam them, they got exceptional range damage stats. Just with the Disciplined Veteran upgrade, we're talking like 90 range damage with about 800 HP. So quite good. You see Veteran Drupa de la Marines taking a shootout over on this side here. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. This is not good. Not good. Get over there. Get over there. You're gonna lose the fort. You could actually snipe these with the Marine infantry, you know? Now they got the light cav there, so now it's a little bit... Could still wipe out one of these, though. Alright. I guess he's just gonna try to shoot them from this point. Not too bad. Yeah. I think the thing is, I don't think these whippers usually have a lot of spread, right? So it's not the worst. Usually it takes a good number of them to become a serious threat. Well, this is a good choice by Rommel. He got the Rum Corps. This actually has 2x multipliers against the Scout class, which means he's doing about 88 damage to United States light cavalry. And that's why they were able to break that line so quickly, and they're actually going to stop this whole offensive. Taking out the Sepoys, making a move on the Marines, and now they're going to basically be in a tussle with the Howdahs and the Texas Rangers now. Adding in more light cavalry, I wouldn't recommend that. The fact that these go in Rum Corps says it all. Does he have any more Rum Corps left? Yes, he does. He just needs to put those to the front lines, and light cavalry will be made obsolete very quickly. Question is, what do they make now? They got the Texas Rangers, which, are going to suffer from the Bush Rangers. They're probably going to, well, what armor do they get? So they get hack armor, so they actually take a full-on 38 damage per shot from these Trupa DR Marines even. So what do they do here? I mean, technically these Howdahs can be pretty effective just because of their tankiness. If they're going to be doing artillery, they need to make it more covered than this, though. They can't just put it out on the front like that. They're going to have to take it out of the foundry, keep it around the stable area, ideally between the fort area. And they're going to have to make a more standard formation to move out on these guys right here. any sort of formation that isn't that well tightened up and everything is probably going to fall apart. As expected, we're going to see some fur traders move in from this external TC and start to grab some of these hunts. Yep, because he went with a Confederate politician, he actually can get some slaves out alongside the normal pioneers. Yeah. And basically these slaves have the same advantage as they would for Brazil. You do get the advantage of the 19th Amendment in Imperial Age with Abraham Lincoln as the politician, where you can actually turn those slaves into pioneers. So basically you take the blacks and you turn them white, basically. So unlike abolition with Brazil, where there's still African people, the 19th Amendment basically turns all the black people white, basically. So they all basically turned into Michael Jackson, pretty much. Yeah, they all go Michael Jackson. Yeah. That's always nice. Certainly a thriller, that's for sure. Uh, 1,000 food. It's 1,000 food, right? Yeah. So basically, Kevin Arcade is going to be going Industrial Age now. Probably to get some sharpshooters, I would imagine. Yeah, sharpshooters. That's the Age 4 Confederate unit. It's basically a very long-range skirmisher that has, I can't recall if it's like 30 range, 32 range, and then it basically deals high damage with multipliers against artillery and maneuver. Yeah, and heavy infantry. That's sort of the advantage of the... what politician? Clara Barton, so it's going to go with a Union politician. Clara Barton gives you access to a hospital that you can put on the front lines. We haven't really seen Clara Barton be used that much since they made hospitals these useless buildings to just heal idle units around them, basically. You know, just an unfortunate situation. You know, the building. It used to have all these wonderful technologies. Whence it helped us with herdables, helped you with gather rates from farms, from plantations, gave you units more HP, made them cheaper, gave you more max population in the game. Hospitals used to be really awesome places to go in Wars of Liberty, and now it's like socialized medicine in Canada, and hospitals became these horrible places you never want to go for your health care anymore. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, don't ever go to Canada for medicine. It's really slow and cumbersome.
Yes, sir?
And then if you're over a certain age and you ask for some help with your health, they'll just send you a special pamphlet that gives you alternative means to deal with complications. And I'm not going to go into that. Yeah. Yeah, just don't ever get your health care in Canada. It's not good. Get American health care now. That's usually pretty good. Yeah. Not in Wars of Liberty, though. It's basically as good as Canada's. Just this weird building that heals your units when they're idle. Like Kev being used to raid these funnel units here, this is quite a good strategy, I think. It's going to force Kevin Arcade to come down with his riflemen and his Texas Rangers to clean these up, which they can technically do pretty well. Yeah, their hand attack is still that of a maneuver unit somewhat, because its hand attack still deals some multipliers against both scout and artillery still. So yeah, it's actually quite versatile in that sense. Yeah. I think the difference between them and the mounted rifle, basically them and the rifle rider, the Lakota is the Lakota still has some anti-artillery multipliers, whereas the actually no, it's not the case at all. I think the Texas Ranger is just cheaper than the rifle rider. That's the difference. It gives up those anti-artillery multipliers for a cheap, affordable price. They still have maneuver tag, right? Yeah. It's gonna pick up some Napoleons, which is basically just Anglophony horse artillery. Horse artillery used to be a European thing, but only the Anglophonies can use it now. Gonna make a move on this building here. So, what are they gonna do, though? This is the question. We'll have to wait and see. One second, I think I hear somebody calling in the other room. We'll have to do that before we watch the super big fight coming. Final fight goes here. This should be pretty good. I think it's gonna be pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty good. Yeah, so let's see how it goes, alright? Here we go. Pretty good. Yeah, I got that. I can do that southern redneck hillbilly accent. I'm American. Pretty damn good. You're done. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right.
I wonder if I could even do the voice lines of the Texas Ranger.
Ready.
Alright. Sure thing. Okay. I'll get him.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can do it. Definitely.
You got order? I'm listening.
Oh, now the other side's doing sappers too.
Yes.
This just proves my theory that you can use sappers in any age. Now, one thing that makes the sappers of the United States a little more viable is they can actually upgrade them. Oh, they get officer upgrade on their sappers, which is pretty cool. So what's the difference between... So is officer just the combination between the private and the specialist for them? Yeah. That's the cool, sort of the cool thing about the upgrade structure for the United States is because United States Civ bonuses having extra technologies, extra upgrades. They got like a lot of the military branch upgrades on their units, so they started just standard unit, then they become privates, then they become specialists, then they become corporals, then they become sergeants, and then they become lieutenants. So a mix between both enlisted and officer ranks, which is pretty cool. Yeah.
I'm ready. Yes.
Cavalry drill. This basically improves the training rate of cavalry, similar to the one that you normally get at the church in Defense Edition, the Europeans. Oh, so Kevin Arcade went Fast Imperial. What do you go up with Fast Imperial with? Should be able to find out pretty soon, though. I think he might have went up with the Buffalo Soldier. That'd be pretty cool if we see some Buffalo Soldiers today. We don't always see those in Cassie games. It's essentially the Imperial Age Dragoon that the Union side gets. And yeah, it's Buffalo Soldier. So, recently freed slaves that joined the U.S. Cavalry. Yeah. They have a pretty good range attack overall. Very tough. I could see the fact that he's getting the second one horsemanship over here. Probably is going to go Buffalo Soldier here. Unless he went with the Cavalry Corps. Cavalry Corps is the option you get on the Confederate side for cavalry. It's basically like a super high hit point version of the... It's basically the same as the Mamluk mercenary, but it's a non-mercenary pretty much. And in this patch, I believe they actually reduced the population cost of the Cavalry Corps by 1. So Cavalry Corps are actually looking more and more like an appealing option in super late game situations. I think in this case, since they don't have a lot of maneuver units, you know, they would actually be perfect here. You know why they'd be perfect? Because these, oh no, but the Basigliers, though. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Attacking on the side with the Howdahs, all by themselves. It's gonna force them to split off a bit, and it's gonna give a window for the sappers to run right in and do some combat here.
Yes, sir.
Are they all gonna come in on this side? Sticking the light cav in the front; those are gonna be decimated. It's going right for the Whitworths, Corporal Whitworths. So these are like guard Whitworths here. Pinning him in place with a sapper, that's pretty cool. Look at these sappers go. Look at these sappers go. Yeah, they're gonna like completely bash their way through all these buildings, or at least they tried to, and then Hussars showed up to intercept. Yeah, but these Howdahs, the thing is they just do so much range damage that even though they don't have those multipliers, they still do pretty well. And then, of course, you can take your Texas Rangers and decimate the Hussars in melee, because your Texas Rangers still have hack armor instead of pierce armor, so they're actually good at fighting in melee against things like Hussars or even the Cuirassiers. You know, Cuirassiers are usually the only class, like the assault class, that has hack armor, but when you have it on the maneuver class as well, in this case, they just become really good at fighting assault units. This combination between United States artillery and Howdahs is working pretty good here. Just blasting the way through. Not even Corporal Napoleons, just yeah. Lieutenant Texas Rangers. Wow, that's the final upgrade. That's upgrade number 5. Because normally you get 3 unit upgrades, Americans get 5, you know, private, yep. private up to lieutenant. So yeah, these would be the most powerful Texas Rangers of all. Did he get any great companies at all? He should have gotten a great company from the general store, which is the American market over here, the general store. You can pick a great company. The one you should get is Colt Firearms, because Colt Firearms actually gives you a way to get more damage and range on your Texas Rangers pretty much, and they become even more formidable. GG. That was a pretty mighty attack, I would say. Pretty mighty attack. But honestly, though, on the Australian-Canada side, I think they totally could have survived this if they went with Culverins. They went Culverins and... well, Canada should have made Fencibles and Culverins. Fencibles because they can also double as an anti-artillery with the Culves of Italy, or possibly the Black Leaves of one of the Anglophone civs. That could have definitely done pretty good here. Yeah, I think if they just stuck to like maneuver and anti-artillery, they might have wiped this out and done a successful push on them on this side. Yeah, probably. For sure. Post-game, India did exceptional. I wonder if Sass said long live the Elephants. He was the MVP of this entire match. Quite exceptional. Quite exceptional. Most definitely. Military. Yeah, again, along with the Elephants. How does getting it done? Get her done. I wondered how does. Rommel made the most units, but look at this though. Lauro Neto and Scorsese got horrible kill counts here. This is cringe. 57 and 53? I wonder you. Gotta get some better army comps, man. It's laughable. Yep. Long live the Elephants. India wins. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Quite good, actually. Quite good. That's a good demo of India by Sask. I really like that because India is one of my favorite legacy civs in terms of playability. So yeah, Sask did a really good demo of those for sure. Now we got, I think we got, let me see what this one's called. It's called, let me see. 2 versus 2, Highveld, Uruguay plus India versus Lakota plus Peru. That's pretty cool, that one. Jeff actually named that one, so that one should be pretty easy to find on here. This one right over here. Alright, so for this one we got Sask and Jeff on the same team against Varingo and Isma. Before we get started, let's check the mappy out quick and see how it's going to affect the gameplay. I can't remember what this map is called here. It's pretty cool though. It's got a lot of Indian animals. It's got Jesuits on it. What is this map? What is this map? Looks Indian. Looks Indian. Indian to me. It's got cows on it. Could be Indian. It's got that sort of like, it's got the Indian treasure guardians. It's probably in India somewhere. One of those cool Indian maps that the devs made. Yeah, and then you got the wild elephants, so this is definitely an Indian map. For sure. Let's get started and see how this one turns out, shall we? Yeah. Uruguay is a civ that I used to consider to be one of the worst civs in the game in terms of playability because they were just so slow and sluggish and, you know, for all the flexibility they get with their immigrants, you would have thought that they would have been pretty good, but no. Their villager start was utterly cringeworthy. But thankfully the devs realized this and they, you know what they did? They added one more of these very special villagers called Bacanos to their start. So now they have an extra Bacano when they're playing at the beginning of the game. And this in fact gives them enough villagers that they can actually sort of compete with everybody else pretty much. The other thing that sort of puts Uruguay back is the fact that they actually don't have villager shipments, right? Because they're supposed to be gaining a leg up from their immigrant workers, basically. Even though they don't have any specific like bonus that lets you get more of them, pretty much. It's just sort of like a weird thing, you know. In the ancient days of when Uruguay was first released, they were the most broken civ in the game because they could get the best gathering upgrades, the best unit upgrades. No way you could ever beat Uruguay. But now, in this new world, Uruguay was forever one of the weakest civs. Until now, they can actually do some viable builds now, thanks to having that extra villager at the start of their match now. One of their strongest strategies is going with blending UAs, which is basically their version of the Dragoon. Instead of a standard, you know, cavalry carbine or pistol, they use a blunderbuss, so an actual shotgun that deals really good splash damage. Now against assault units, Blanding use S tier. It's no better way to deal with them than they are. But they can even wipe out cavalry, they can wipe out infantry, they can wipe out almost anything. The only thing they really struggle with is high hit point infantry that can go into stagger mode. Like surprisingly the Rum Corps. The Rum Corps is actually a hard counter to the Blandigue, which I was really surprised by. You would have thought that the Blandigue was actually a viable tool against that, but no sir, absolutely not. It just doesn't. Yeah, I was pretty shocked by that myself. I was like, you know, you would have expected it to work pretty good, but guess not. Yeah, unfortunately not. It's definitely unfortunate. Other than that, though, I think you can do some builds around their immigrant units as well. See, the difference between Uruguay and the other LAM civs is other LAM civs gain access to immigrant units using battalions. So they spend one shipment and they get a whole battalion of immigrant units. The way Uruguay works is instead of using battalions, they train immigrant units using normal resources, so individually. This can be good, this can be bad. It can be good because if you don't have any shipments, right, you can train them like your regular roster, basically. And the cool part about immigrants is they get shadow teched in each age up, just like consulate units do. And in fact, they use the same sort of unit properties and tags as consulate units for the Asians. Thus, they can basically make your army much more numerous than they normally would. Downside of Uruguay is they don't get fencing school or riding school. They just get a training car that just benefits their immigrant units. So, yeah, their normal roster is very slow to come out into the late game, and you might find yourself wanting to just make immigrant units when it's all said and done. Except for the Blandigu, because that's probably one of the more effective units that you're probably going to want to use. Going for a livestock pen to round up some of those cows, it looks like. Peru, Ringo's. Yeah, oh, Jeff's using Peru. I'm pretty shocked by that, because usually you see. Oh no, that is Ringo. Yeah, I was looking at the colors on the map there. I was trying to figure out who is who. All right, so yeah, Ringo's using Peru. I was gonna say, if you see somebody other than Ringo using Peru, you need to call a doctor. You need to get that man some serious help, because he loves Peru. And if he's not using Peru and somebody else is, that's not Ringo. That's an imposter, and something very sus is going on. Very sus indeed. Yeah. He got extractivism. What was his first card? So he got 3 villagers followed by extractivism. So basically a 3-villager economic theory start. I'm surprised he didn't go with distributivism. Get that wood trickle to begin the game with. Alright. Alright. I mean, eco theory is not bad as a second card by any means, you know. You can get a lot out of it. Going with the Irish immigrants. They're mostly focused on experience point acquisition, since their houses trickle experience points. And their workers are also healers, so they can heal you. And who's the ally here? So the ally is Isma with the Lakota. Yeah, they finally made Lakota more fair again in Wars of Liberty. They had this ancient bonus where every time you aged up, your units gained more siege attack. The dev said, why would anybody ever do this thing? You understand that this Civ gets a literal dance at their fire pit that gives them more siege? Who would ever do that to somebody? That's abusive. So they literally removed that bonus, so now the only extra siege you get is through that fire pit and nothing else, thankfully. Thankfully. Yeah. No longer you're going to see town sales get roasted in 30 seconds or less with a bunch of axe riders and stuff. Oh yeah, I've seen that stuff over the years. People like Singh and Brony and all that, those Russian Wars of Liberty players, making references to My Little Pony and using their little ponies to burn down your town center in 25 seconds. Yeah, that's absolutely great. Not when you're the victim. When you're the perp, it's pretty fun, but as a victim, not so much. Looks like Ringo's going to go with the Mosquiteros. Decent low-level assault unit. Yeah, you don't need to be on a horse to be considered heavy cavalry in this game. Mosquiteros are also classified as assault units. I guess what classifies an assault unit is a shock unit that has hand armor and deals good damage or has some property that makes them good against heavy infantry. For the Mosquiteros, it's having a splash attack of 1. For Escoltas, it would be 3x against heavy infantry with its lance attack. And then the Honor Guard would basically have 30% hack armor and 30% pierce armor, making it more suitable against things like musketeers rather than pikes, honestly. Oh, Jeff's going to come out of the gate with the Batallo de Diabos. So, German immigrants, yeah. It's basically just Uhlans. He's going to try to run around the base here and try to wipe out his stuff with these Uhlans, pretty much. Oh, he's gonna catch these villagers. Oh, he's gonna get him. Is he gonna get him? Yep, he's gonna get him. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. There you go. There you go. And he also shipped in 3 Lanceros. Yeah. It's sort of the inverse with Uruguay. You're using your resources to train immigrants, and then you're using your home state to train non-immigrant units. Usually you're every other civ you're training your native army, and then you're shipping the immigrants in. With Uruguay, it's the inverse. You train your immigrants, and then you ship. Yeah, that's basically it. He's gonna get chased down by the Mosquiteros, though. Look at all those Juanitos Enojados chasing the poor German pretzel boys away. It's pretty unfortunate. Oh, look at that X-Rider attacked by Isma. Again, completely denied by Lanceros and Legion Diablos, though. Ooh, that's always interesting. I mean, really, the Axe Riders are not much different than the Legion Diablos, but they just have enough HP and attack to warrant them being a 2-pop unit. Whereas the Legion, these Batallo Diablos here are basically a 1-pop unit. Yeah. I honestly think these are the better units because I'd rather be like a 1-pop, 209 HP, 40 attack than a 35 attack, 287 HP, 2-pop, you know? Yeah. Still gonna have to maneuver around these Mosquiteros though. Oh wow, look at that Rajput Sepoy attack on the market. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty effective. But then they're going to get swept by the Mosquiteros, though. Those elephants, though, do make a substantial difference in that situation, yeah. I wonder if that mass of Mosquiteros is enough to intercept the Indians, though. No, because unfortunately the Batallo Diablos provide enough quick act and hand attack that they were able to clean up through the Mosquiteros. Quite good. Comes to Rajput and Sepoys. This is not looking good. Isma is running for the hills, running for all his lives, and Peru's in a 2v1 pickle at this point. Yeah, so how's this gonna go down? Mosquiteros, I don't think those are going to really offer much of an advantage here, though, because really those are just a small number of assault units. Once you get to that sizable mass, Sepoys can actually threaten your Mosquiteros with their guns, because guess what? Assault units don't have pierce armor, so that means a group of Sepoys in range that can kite can actually wipe out Mosquiteros. That's what makes the assault unit assault class so complex. In the optimal circumstances, they shred through heavy infantry, but when they're used improperly, heavy infantry shred through them. So it's a two-way relationship. Gonna have to, yeah. Huh. I think it's kind of a Oh, the splash attack is eating up through the. Oh, okay. But every time he like tries to make a move like that again, though, he does give the Mateo Diablos more chance to dish out damage, though. Yeah. He's gonna try to sandwich him in with the Musketeers, which is working pretty good at the moment. Oh, and then another contingent of Axe Riders. Oh, yeah, this is going to be good. Oh, he used the star. What star was that? Star was born. He used the Evening Star to turn all his Axe Riders into Rifle Riders. This is huge. This is going to stick him back in the game now. This is pretty substantial. Yeah. Quite substantial. How many people use Evening Star in Definitive Edition? I know it's used a lot in Wars of Liberty, but do people use Evening Star that much in Definitive Edition, or is it all mostly War Club C-Tambo gameplay? I don't know. Really depends, I guess. Talk about a comeback. That was huge. He's going to take out his Jesuits settlement as well. That's pretty powerful. Yeah, he wasn't going to make any conks, it looked like, yeah. Conks aren't as good in Legacy as they are in Definitive Edition. The conks in this game are just plain old Dragoons. They don't have that one splash to their attack. Going for what looks to be a raid on India. Ooh, that's pretty good. Gonna take out 2 villagers with that. Yeah, 1 and 2. This could take out even more. Could take some out on this wood line here. I would take out the Sepoys now too. And then you could get in the hand attack with the you can get in the hand attack with the Legion Diablos. Actually, no. No. Yeah. I guess he's getting sort of outnumbered at this point, though. Also, Granadero Caballos from Uruguay. Yeah. Through some of the War of the Triple Alliance support cards, you actually can access some of the Brazilian and Argentinian cavalry. So it looks like he got a shipment of Argentina's most infamous ultimate unit, the Granadero Caballo. These are the same guys you see in Definitive Edition, the horse Granaderos, basically. And what they do is they're basically hussars that has a charged grenade attack. So they'll throw a grenade, and for 60 seconds they'll act like a normal hussar, and then they'll stop being a normal hussar and act like a grenadier again, throwing a bomb at you. That's sort of the way they work, pretty much. Uh, uh, let's see how this turns out. Mushatero with Rifle Rider is actually a pretty good synergy because Rifle Rider is great against assault, great against line units, and good against artillery units. Whereas the Mushatero is also good against line/heavy infantry units, and it's good against skirms too. I mean, this is a pretty good synergy here. Plus a couple of grenadiers in the form of the Legion Puana. Let's see if they can handle this together. Oh, no. Got caught off guard there. He just lost his entire army. Really? You don't want to do that. It's never a good idea. Never ends well. Yeah. Good news for Jeff, though, is that these Diabo, Batallo Diabos are basically, at the veteran level, automatically they got upgraded to 48 hand attack and 247 HP. Gonna keep doing the Mushateros with this batch of Fenians mixed in. So basically the Fenian is a mercenary dragoon, similar to the Basigliere, except it gives up really a competent hand attack for stronger multipliers at range. It has about 48 range attack and 6x against assault units, making it a really good sniper against heavy cavalry. Because really it's doing about just about almost like 300 range attack against heavy cavalry, right? Thankfully for Jeff, neither the Granadero Caballo or the Batallo Diabo are actually assault units, so that's the one fortunate thing for him, I guess, in that case. I'm wondering the situation, since those Yuans have such low HP, if the quicker rate of fire on the Rifle Rider is actually a substantial game changer in these. They're still winning, but it's taking out a good number of them, though. Yeah. Oh, yep, they cleaned up house once the Mushateros came in. Great to the veteran ones now, right? Ringo does keep Andy in combat and Andy in attack on him. It's kind of important, since these Mushateros don't get any guard or imperial upgrades. It's important that you give them as many combat cards as possible while they're in age 3 and 4. Yeah. And then ideally you want to switch to a Skulta for the late game, which does get the guard and imperial upgrade. I was gonna go for a attack on those villagers. Oh, that's gonna be a good one. Oh, look at that strike right there. It's gonna force Jeff on to doing some more combat here. Yep, Jeff's gonna have to use his Batallo Diablos again, and he's gonna try to retreat. Since these are both considered shock units, they can evade pretty quickly. Machatero's got the first attack though, so they're gonna have a bit of an advantage there this time. How much though is the question. Wow, some of the Machateros are getting distracted by the elephants though, which is gonna give the Elysian Batallos a bit of an advantage there. Did he escape with anything though? No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, should have been more focused on these. Could have cleaned them up. Definitely. Doing more rifle riders, it looks like. Let me see. So what deck did Sask do? So Sask still using that sort of like team deck for sure. Be funny if we see a Sepoy resistance. All the villagers gonna turn the Sepoys. That'd be kind of funny. Going with the French allies. This is a pretty cool option for Wars of Liberty because French consulate gives you some pretty cool units for India. You can get access to the Zouaves, you can get access to the Chaucier Chevals, and then you can get access to the Grognards. So some pretty cool units for France, you know. Definitely. And then I think their ultimate army gives you, I believe, Zouaves and Legion foreign legionnaires. So you really get a good mix of the French unique units and Royal Guard units for sure. Discipline Howdah. We saw this the last game. Sask going with the Howdahs. This is a pretty powerful, substantial unit for sure in his armies. Here are those infamous Blandigus right now, though. These are the ones I was talking about earlier. These things are really, really powerful against large scores of things. Did he actually get... Oh, he didn't get that card, though. He got the Blunderbuss combat. Excuse me on that one. Gesundheit. Yeah, but he did not get the card that I got before. Remember the one that gives him one splash? That's kind of upsetting. Oh yeah, I mean if he got that, I think he'd be in pretty good shape. But it's all right. It's still a pretty solid unit with just one splash on him. You know? Yeah. I just wish that Uruguay got like Guard and Imperial Escopetero so they could be like the Blunderbuss Civ on top of being the Immigrant Civ. Imagine going Escopetero, blanding you, and then just adding immigrants in. That would give them like a pretty tough identity. Instead, what they are is basically just a really good heavy infantry civ, since they get rail guards on both their conscriptos called the Floridos or Floridas, just like the state of Florida, and then they get rail guard Pardos as well. So basically their two main heavy infantry units get RG, but not their unfortunate Escopetero compadres. Yeah. My question is what's going to be the long game on the Varingo team here? How do they plan on coming back with the vengeance? Right now, Lakota's just focused on training units, which is pretty normal, you know. They're also doing a bit of the fertility dance on the fire pit, which is really nice because it's going to mean they're going to train the villagers quicker. They're also going to get their military out a bit quicker as well. Runs out of food, he actually can, which he already has, started to use those infinite bison shipments, which you can already start to get from age 2, which is really powerful. I don't know why he has food silos though. You should really have he should really swap his home city around a bit and get the great he should probably get rid of extensive fortifications and get the great hunter perhaps. That would probably be a recommended move, I would say, or a spice trade or something. If you could get both spice trade and the great hunter, that's really good because Lakota should really be eating from bison and not from farms because they really don't get enough farm cards from the home state to really make agriculture that great. They're much better off eating meat, basically. Living on meat. Where is he gonna go from here? Gonna go probably for Uruguay. It's sort of what you do with the Lakota. You try to run around the map and see what you can raid very quickly. When you know you're gonna hit villagers, you can put on the attack dance. When you know you're gonna be raising a town center or a factory or something, you can put the siege dance on. That's what makes the Lakota just a really fierce combatant to deal with, both in Legacy, Definitive Edition, and in Wars of Liberty. Yeah. Picking up some of the smokeless powder, picking up some of the text from the Jesuits. That's pretty good. Industrial Age. Again, woodworkers from the German immigrants. Has Jeff offered to get any other type of immigrants than German? Not so far, no. You might just be going for Imperial Age factories then with the 48ers. Yeah. I find it pretty cool how Jeff's able to just get by with just the German roster. Yeah, Germany actually has a pretty good variety of immigrant units. We only see the Ulans of theirs here, but they also have access to their own skirmishers, and they have access to a culverin and mortar combo, the Krupp steel cannon. So their German immigrants are good at attacking buildings, artillery, and also heavy infantry and maneuver too. So they're pretty versatile. The only thing they actually have an option for really anything except for really heavy cavalry. That's sort of the thing that beats the German immigrants is really strong cavalry. In particular, hand cavalry. Range cavalry, you got the skirms for that, but hand cavalry is where German immigrants kind of struggle against. That's why it's sometimes good to have like 2 immigrants or 3, if possible. Yeah, pretty much. Interesting formation by Jeff for those doing defensive formation with the Blandigus. Looks like an arrowhead, basically. That triangular shape. Advanced Plantation for Jeff? I thought that was like a noobish card. Why is he getting that? I don't know, that's kind of weird. Collecting XP crates from the Apostadero over here, which is the Uruguayan ultimate building. What it does is it lets you gather experience crates from it, which generate over time. It also doubles as a saloon, so you can train mercenaries and outlaws from the map on it. And of course you can make your ultimate unit the Legion Libertador, I believe. And it's, instead of like a normal unit, it's actually a hero that once you train it, it can't die. It's basically can never die. And what it does is it not only trains all your immigrant infantry and cavalry that you have access to, but boosts up their stats as well. So basically it's a really good unit from building very wide varieties of immigrant armies on the front lines, a lot like a Daimyo does with the Japanese roster. Oh wow, look right through that. Oh, he's got villagers. Yeah. Thankfully you're Peru. Peru can garrison in any building. They can garrison in houses. They can garrison in markets, churches. That's the Peruvian bonus. They can garrison in many different buildings. This is going to give Ringo time to get himself over there and maybe intercept this. The Howders are going to be a really interesting play here. But now we see he's gotten some of the San Patricio cannons. These are based, I believe these are based on the stats of a falconet, like immigrant falconets or immigrant horse artillery. They're just really good against, yeah, they're really good against infantry in particular. And they can also do pretty good siege as well. And the more, basically the way immigrants work in Wars of Liberty is for the third and fourth age, it not only shadow techs your immigrant units, but it also increases the number of units you get with those battalions as well. So yeah, basically sending a group of San Patricio guns in age 4 is going to be a little bit bigger than sending them in age 3 pretty much. In age 3 you only get 1 per shipment, and then in age 4 you get about 2 per shipment, so it becomes a little bit more substantial. Yeah, those howdahs are pretty interesting the way Sasuke's using them, because you rarely ever see howdahs be used that much. In this case, having their high HP with the 20% pierce armor is probably really good against rifle riders, you know. This big tanking tower basically able to go toe to toe with these normally high shooting, high performance maneuver skirmish units. What's going on over here? Oh, another raid on Lakoa. That's pretty big. Attacking the plantation this time. Quite good over there. Gonna take out that corral now. Good interception there by Lakota, though, trapping him in and stopping as much damage as possible there. These are guard level rifles, right? Yeah, champion. Put down another war hut over there. Probably at least be a beacon or warning at that point. Pardos versus Howdos. This has turned pretty interesting. The heroic Pardos versus the Howdos. Yeah, I guess it's the only thing you can really use against them. But then again, they move pretty fast, about speed of 5.5, whereas the Paro moves in only 4. So Howdos can actually kite the Pardos. Maybe not as much of a great rate as Dragoons because of the fact that they're a little bit more sluggish, but still pretty fast. Ooh, good. Good. Take out some of those pequeños. Some of those pequeños. This is going to be a pretty good maneuver, I think, by Lakota. They're going to be trying to go for a strike on the... Yeah. Are they using the siege dance? Are they using the siege dance? They're just using the attack dance right now. Yeah, they haven't even invoked the siege dance yet. They're just going for full damage at this time. Which they're probably going to need to, because now Jeff's using the Brummers, so he needs a bit of a defense against those. Yeah, see how these Brummers get weaker as they move away from the Legion Libertadoras? Yeah, that's sort of the way you have to deal with these immigrants, is you gotta draw them away from their leaders here, these guys, because they act as daimyos. They let you train immigrant units from them, and then they also empower them too. Oh wow, look at this nice stack by Varengo here. Doing the San Patricio guns from the Irish with the Pardos. The thing I find interesting with a lot of these Juanitos is they really like dedicating to one immigrant, you know. Jeff with the Germans, Varengo with the Irish. They don't like getting a mix of different immigrants for different situations like I do. And another sort of advantage I like with having multiple immigrant colonies is you can technically send out multiple battalions of immigrants at the same time, right? If you have like 2 shipments available, like if you're getting a big rack of XP, you can have the German colony active as well as the French colony, the Irish colony, whichever colonies you have together, all at the same time working on that. So it's pretty good. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna beat those with Pars though, because those are just skirmishers. Yeah, I don't think so. Gonna have one more Howdah, but that's really gonna be about it, I think. Let's say focus fire down. Yeah, those Brummers empowered by the Legion Liberator are pretty good. Yeah, they're not even Imperial upgrade yet. They're just hanging out at this upgrade. Gotta get the R1 there so they do get 32 ranged attack. I imagine it becomes 34 with 3 Legion Libertadors, which you can get, because you know what you can do actually with Uruguay? You can, once you ship this card once, you can ship it again in Imperial Age, and you can actually get 3 of them. So yeah, you can really get some pretty strong skirms in late game with the Germans, I guess. Like 40 range. Yeah, that's pretty good. Considering how much HP they get too, that's pretty solid. Like they already have almost 400. They'll probably go over 400 HP once they get the other Legion Libertador with them. Yeah, he's gotta group them together to get the max stats out of them. That's for sure. Does he have any combat cards in these? Yeah, so he's got all the immigrant combat cards. 4 in combat, 4 in attack, and 4 in HP. Yeah. That's basically what Uruguay actually gets a lot of combat cards. They get combat cards for the Escopetero and Blandigue. They get a set for the immigrants, mercenaries, and so it's for outlaws, mercenaries, and immigrants. Yeah. And then they get a set of individual like military upgrades for Lanceros, Blandigues, and then Pardo plus Conscripto. So really a lot of stuff that they can upgrade. And also one for their Pedreros as well. The Siege of Montevideo. Looks like it's a done deal. Looks like they finished them off. It's quite nice. Out of sync. Kind of a weird time to get it too, like right at the end there. Yeah, that's pretty strange. Quite strange, in fact. So, what... Oh yeah, we could, we could do... that'd be pretty cool. We could do that, We could do that, King of the Hill match that I saw there. Let's do that. Let's restart this and we'll watch the King of the Hill now. That'll be our... You cap it off of that. Gotta crash the game though, so we can... Yep, alright. Let's boot that up right now, that King of the Hill match that I did with Rommel and Hishe That'd be a pretty good one to do, to cap this off with. That way I don't have to publish it. It's one less thing I have to work on. Yeah, I'll pull that one up right now. Let me go download that right now. Because I don't think I've ever covered a King of the Hill on my castings before. This would be a pretty good change of pace for things, yeah. So I'll go get that right now. Coffin, Arkansas. Land of Bill and Hillary Clinton. Yeah, America's best presidents. Depending on who you ask. Definitely not to me, but be like Cuban cigars, I guess. Yeah, special places. Pretty much. Yeah, that's very presidential. Definitely. Let me see. It's right here. Here. H-shake. Yep, Coffin, Arkansas. There you go. Alright, so this is King of the Hill. Not the TV show. It's an actual game mode in Age of Empires 3 for those that haven't seen it before. Basically, what the rules are is you get this big giant fort in the middle of the map, and you have to capture it by having units near it. So it's like capturing a sheep. And no, the building will not attack other units. It's just this big giant building. It just sits here, basically. And the goal is to capture the fort for a number of minutes, right? But the thing is the timer does not reset. So if you capture the building again later, you start off from where it was when you lost it the last time. So if the capture conditions are to hold the fort for about 10 minutes and you hold it for 2 minutes, then when you capture the fort again later on, you only have to wait for 8 minutes to win this time and not 10 all over again. Otherwise, it would just never end. It would be forever and ever and ever, right? So that's the only way it sort of just ends. And you can do it with teams, you can do it 1v1, or you can do it in free-for-all, which is the best way to hold a free-for-all that is nice and quick and casual. That doesn't go for 2+ hours. So, basically, you got me here as the Mapuche. You got Hishe is none other than Italy. And you got Rommel as the Hods. Playing the Hods in a mod that has so many fun and creative civs. So creative. But we'll see. We'll see who wins this one. But, alright. Basically, the Mapuche are pretty good for KOF because they never run out of shipments, really. They literally have every shipment they ever need. Because you know why they have every shipment they ever need? I'll tell you why. Because they don't have a home city. They don't have any cards here. All their cards are hidden behind these war chiefs, right? Yeah, this guy here, Mariano Prieto, he contains all the villager cards, crates, hero-related upgrades, covered wagons, all that. This guy here, Chafe Lebian, has all your military unit upgrades for infantry and artillery, and then the game crashes, so... Woohoo! Now I have to publish this game. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, I'll find us the record. I owe you one. Let me find you one. Let me find something here. Let me find something that's fun here. What's this one called? Tipo de Partida. FFA. Sog, Yasik, and Angel. Serbs, Danish, and Peruvians. This is from the last patch. I think we should try this one. This one sounds pretty fun. What do you think? I still got the other patch just so we can do the stuff from last patch. So, yeah, all I have to really do is I have to... Yeah. So to do that one, I basically have to... Let me find that one. Did I just download it? Yep, Yasik. Yep, that one. I have to copy that into here. Alright, so yeah, we're going to do that one in the last version, which would be 1.1.1a. Okay. That should be good. Let me get started with that. Nope, not that. I don't need this, right? So, remove from quick access. Here we go. Okay, so I'll go into here. I wonder when I'm actually get through all those old recordings so I can actually delete that whole directory. Just have the newest one. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Let me run that right now. So it's called Yasik, right? Something. Yasik HDB. HDP, not B. I would have covered this one sooner if I knew about it, honestly. I love FFAs. So yeah. So basically what we got here is we got Peru, we got a Serbia, right, and then we got Danish. On this map, which I forget what it's called, but it's just a big giant circle of a trade route with all these trading posts on it. And then in the center you got some native sites, right? Does this one have native sites on it? I thought this one had natives on it. Maybe I'm confused in days. Yeah, you do. You get the Wendat, so you get the nice Huron mantlets on it. So yeah, this is a pretty good map, so I think we're going to have a lot of fun with this one. As long as it doesn't auto-sync, of course. As long as it doesn't auto-sync, of course. Yeah. I thought it was going to... I just saw the thing twitch. I was like, oh no, this one's going to auto-sync too. Yeah. It's alright. It's alright. We're gonna get a full one this time, I think. I'm hoping this is gonna be like a full FFA experience that we can enjoy. You know, this will be a pretty fun one to see for sure, if it is. Going with the peasants. We'll start gathering all that food. So, I guess the first thing we got to establish in this FFA is what civ has the natural advantage of the three. So Serbia, I think, can become a cancerous diabetic mess. Type 2, Type 3 diabetic mess with dialysis and kidney failure if they use their Iron Regiment card with their recruits. Yeah. Or, and especially if they spam in those mercenaries, the Saka Volais with the mercenary shipment card. Yeah. He has Iron Regiment, he has the infantry combat, and he has the Danubian combat. So these recruits are going to be fully strengthed. Even has the range attack, frontier attack to improve the Grenzers here as well. Yeah, so this is going to be pretty powerful. But he's going to be going for Belgrado, though, because there's no water on this one. So why would you want schooners on a map that doesn't have water on, right? Yeah. But yeah, overall, I would say this deck is pretty good for FFA. He does have some potential to rush as well. Out of the gate with the Hajusi. Over here, the Hajusi here, the Mule Artilleries. He has the Mountain Artillery and the R-Guards here too. And then his Infinite Shipments, he can keep sending in Mobile Armors. It's really nifty late game artillery, otherwise known as the Farpanzers in Germany. Yeah. Which Germany can also make too. They can access Farpanzers from their Krupp factories in Age 4 through a shipment that unlocks them there. So Serbia could be pretty nasty in this FFA. I think Danish really need to go super late gamey with their stuff to do well here. I just don't think Yasik built the right deck for an FFA. He's missing Advanced Arsenal and the double Advanced Arsenal card that the Danish get. And he's also missing the rear guard to upgrade the Grenadiers as well again. So, I mean, not doing yourself a lot of favors here with this setup. Not at all. Battlefield Construction. Yep, well that could be pretty good. It allows your volunteers to build barracks, stables, and foundries. That could be useful. I think in particular it helps in the Great War Age when you're pushing, right? You use your trucks to put the Great War Age buildings down. Use the volunteers to put down the racks and stables, since, you know, sometimes you need some good old regular army to support them. So yeah. And what is Ringo going with here? 10 Garda Marinas and Guanara ship on a map without water. Yeah, this is 200 IQ, man. Yay. Let's build a water building on a map that doesn't have any water, right? Just grass and dirt and trees and silver and... Is this silver? Or is this tin? Yeah, actual silver. Yeah, real silver. Quicksilver. Yeah, there's no trees here. Got this Neolithic rock painting of an orc. That's always nice. So yeah, I mean, basically, I think in this situation, I would have to put my bets onto Serbia. Peru could do something as well, but I think Serbia just has the type 3 diabetes with kidney failure factor. Yeah, basically, yeah. Pretty much. 100%. It has to be at this point, you know. Just because of Iron Regiment with the recruits, it just becomes really an impossible snowball in this version, for sure. Unless they figure out how to get around it, though. Like, because we have Yasik with the European, he could actually go heavily on with the foot artillery and the Espingolars, just spray down all the recruits before they mass up too much. That could be a thing. Also, Varengo could potentially go with, he could make, I'm trying to think for Varengo what he would do in this case. He could actually beat them with Mass Legion Piranha if he micros them really good and just whittles their numbers down really well. But also what he has as an option too is he has the ability to give his artisanal cannons additional range with one of those trade-off improvements at the foundry. That could be pretty good because that means he would basically be able to have artisanal cannons with, I think, approximately 27 range or something, if I'm not mistaken. Because artisanal cannons start with 21 range, I thought, or something like that. It would be something pretty substantial, put it that way. And you'd be able to stack so much of them that these recruits would basically be pretty hard countered by it. We already see some of those recruits here right now. Those Macheteros could try to pick them off potentially here. Yeah, see, the way these recruits work is they're basically like a glass cannon type of a musketeer. European muskets have 150 HP. Latin American ones have 140 HP. These only have 130 HP, but they get like 27 range attacks, so they do a lot of damage. And then, of course, the Serbian bonuses when nearby units die. The recruits will do additional damage next to that grave of their buddy that just died, basically. Their battle buddy, pretty much. So they die, basically, they go into full-blown remove the kebab mode. And they do it really, really well. And then what the Iron Regiment does over here is... this says fallen recruits boost the attack and hit points of nearby recruits. So that gets stacked on top of that bonus. And as you can see here, because if you already died, guess what happens? Now it goes up to 28 attack, then 33 attack, and then something other attack. I think it stacks up about 10 times maximum. So yeah, you can get some pretty fierce situations here if you're not careful. Ringo hide his villagers in the house since the Cholos can garrison inside of other buildings other than the TC and towers. I'm going to try to counteract them with Mushatero and Grenadier, which I think is the preferred way to do with this. Oh, but then he goes into stagger mode. This could be problematic. See, what stagger mode does is it negates the effect of grouped infantry. You know, it spreads them all out, so you reap the benefit of the graves, but not with less losses, which means you just win your battles a lot of the time. Thankfully here, Ringo really knows how to group up his Musketeros and other units and was able to push them back for now. Gives himself a little breathing room, honestly. Looks like Sog could, what could Sog do here? He's getting his 700 coin right now. Does he have any food in his deck by any chance? Nah, just winning coin. He's gonna have to come up with a bit of a game plan here. So, looks like what he's gonna do is he's actually gonna add in Marauders from the stable. Marauders are nation-state or Balkan versions of the Yuan. So they're like a one-pop cav with very low HP but very high attack. Instead of the lance, they just use this big giant sword to do their combat, just like the legacy Yuans do. I think if he combines those with the recruits, he could actually get some pretty substantial damage in there. Oh, but then he's getting double teamed on by the other one who rushed him with pikemen. Oh, this is... Everybody's jumping on El Señor Lingo. Ooh. They're abusing this poor little burrito here. That's devastating. It's not every day you get 2v1 like that. He managed to beat a Grenadier with a pikeman. That's pretty scary. Something you should never witness. Ah, that's pretty serious. Pretty serious.
Господи? Спреман. Нарадження. В бой.
Take out a villager. Yeah, this is getting... It's basically has to wait for all these to die, because if he takes anything out or tries to resist them with any units here, they're just going to get more and more attack. Yeah, like how many res does Ringo even have here? Can he even afford that much defense anymore? Yeah, the thing is, these Broneros are not that good against heavy infantry. They're super reasonably priced, but they're only good against dragoons. The only real edge they get against things like muskets is their range, which is still still 16 range, so yeah, they can sort of kite against heavy infantry. They just not getting a sort of multiplier in there to really sell the case that much more, honestly. Why are they teaming on him? This is really nasty. This one's rushing his TC with pikes, and the recruits of... This is a 2v1. This is rigged. This is totally... Oh, wow. Then he's gonna kill the... He's not even gonna be allowed to grab his coin, is he? No, he's not going to be allowed to grab. One of these guys is going to grab the dinero from him. This is abusive, man. This is abusive power right here. What did Senor Gringo or Juanita Peruana ever do to deserve this? Just trying to be a good Juanita Bonita, and this happens. Yeah, I just can't believe this at all. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I just don't understand how that could happen. Yeah, Varingo's definitely making sure he gets some of those immigrant workers out, though, because, again, if he loses this Japanese colony and, you know, does he have any workers on the field, he can't rebuild this again, so he needs to make sure one of these workers survives and lives on to tell another day. They're working together. He took out the TPs, taking out the immigrant colony. This is a coordinated, collusive effort here. Varingo's good at hiding, though. Varingo will come back like a half hour later and start bombarding you with stuff. You gotta make sure you finish Varingo off and make it a real 1v1 if you're gonna do this sort of pack thing. Second they ignore Varingo, he'll be back. He'll be back in bigger numbers. Absolutely bigger numbers. Yeah, I mean, this is like a total 2v1 right now. I just can't believe they actually went that far. And then they're gonna start going at each other now? Nah, I think he's just looking. Oh, he's gonna find his house here and he's gonna burn that down. And his Cholos are just moving in this direction. Best thing Varingo could do is try to run towards his base and make him fight him, so he can live on to fight another day somewhere else. Yeah, that's just about all you can do, I think. I'm gonna put this tower up now. Ah, yeah, this isn't smart either. You need to, like, protect your stuff, your assets. This is a good way to lose your town center, because he's just gonna drive his pikes right in and just take out your whole team. Yeah, he's just gonna snipe your town center now. It's really... He's not gonna get back in time to save that. He should probably just stay here and just start blasting his infantry and... his infantry and villagers. Yasik is 200 IQ. He teams up with Sug, makes him think that they're allies looking for Varingo, and just takes off for his town center. This Yasik fella really knows how to play FFA well and play it like a chessboard, you know. Make the Juanitos think that they're safe with you and they're really not. Absolutely an abomination. Yeah, that's pretty... Wow. He goes right for the throat and the jugular without even thinking about the Geneva Convention, really. These are war crimes, you know. These are crimes against peace. Let's 2v1 one nation and then wait till the other one's army leaves and then go after the civilians. Take out their livestock pens, their hunting lodges, take out their houses. Yeah, this is just really... I don't know. This is really ideal when you can get to do this in an FFA. Just get a big army of pikemen and just snipe the entire base down. And now, because Ringo has time to rebuild, he's gonna probably try to get another town center up. And this is because for Ringo to get back into the game again. Honestly, at this point, I don't know if he's trying to go after the Danish or he's still looking for Ringo now. Might legit still be trying to go after Ringo at this point. Yeah. Totally possible. It's going to try to add in the Hajiks here to basically try to weed out these pikes and these volunteers. He's going to find Ringo now and go after him. Wow. Sog is going after both of them. He's trying to oh no, he's going to keep going after Ringo. He's Ringo go. Ringo go. Go Ringo before it's too late. Yeah, this is still a 2v1 against Ringo. Literally a Sog's base is getting burned out. Ibrauer just destroyed Ringo. What did this Juanito Peruana ever do to you? Juanitos? Ugh. Doesn't even care if his base getting burned out. He still go after Ringo. He really wants to fight hard for second place now, doesn't he? Yeah, that's exactly it. He wants again to nice creamy second place. And then he even... Now this is a good idea. He sent Prosperidad Falaz. So even though his villagers might be weak and divided, he can still get an improved gather rate from them for a period of time of up to... It doesn't say how long. It says a handful of minutes. What is a handful? What does a handful of minutes mean? Enough minutes to put into your hand? What does that mean? You can't put minutes in your hand. It's a part of science. You can't have a handful of minutes. If I recall, it was like, like 7-8 minutes or something. Yeah. Oh, Yasik, capital age Yasik. So he can already start to ship out these bigger unit shipments now and get the veteran upgrades on them. Veteran volunteers. Then it's probably gonna get veteran partisans next. I don't know. I mean, this is... I don't know what these hombres are cooking here. This is not what I expected at all. Not what I expected at all, honestly. I mean... Yeah, and then he's just gonna burn the Sarah base out. Like, what are you doing? Like, Sog... This can't be a normal FFA. Is he gonna move his recruits there to go after Ringo? No, he finally turns his attention to his own survival and goes after these pikes. But now these are veteran volunteers, so they're gonna be a little bit more beefed up now. More are gonna be coming in, and then he can actually start to send his cannons out. I think the only reason he's probably safe here is because he's the Serbs. And yeah, his units start to die. The enemy's units will start to die because their range attack goes up to like 30, 33, probably higher, 35, 33 again, 35, 40, 43, 46, 43, yeah. It really stacks up. It really does. Yeah, he's just gonna use his remaining pikemen just to go for the siege. Doesn't care about anything, just wants to make sure he doesn't have a tower house. Yep. Oh, yeah, that's... That's very tragic. Oh, he's gonna get the veteran upgrade on the land Soldatars. This is the weirdest unit you'll ever see. It's basically like a Russian musketeer, but actually weaker than a Russian musketeer. It's called the Land Soldatar. Or Land Soldat. A rural conscript armed with a musket and bayonet. So it only costs 50 food and 15 coin, but it's got disgusting stats, like the worst stats in a musketeer you'll ever see in your life. He's gonna start making those things. Individually, they're the worst unit in the game, but you can swarm them up to pretty sizable numbers because of that very low cost. And you can really devastate opponents with them, especially when they're protecting artillery, like either foot artillery or the unique Danish heavy artillery, the Espangolar. Yeah, which is sort of like their special organ gun style weapon. So who's still in this? Sog's actually stockpiling a lot of resources here. He's actually gonna go for age 3 now with Hajduk Vizhko. So I grant him some more of those. Namesake early skirmish units. I mean, at this point, he might actually win this. Yeah. He could. Does Yasik know that he literally shipped these coin crates to the front lines? Hope he figures that out. Otherwise, he's going to have some problems. Wait a second. He only put one factory in his deck? I've never seen anybody do anything that bad before. You gotta have factories in every deck that you make. Why would he not do 2 factories? Why not? Why would he not do 2 factories? Why not? Why wouldn't you do that? You need 2 factories, not 1. I just don't know. I don't know what he's planning here. And Varingo's still in this thing. He's training Juanitas muy bonitas right now. And Sog is still engaging in combat against Varingo. That's what I don't understand. He's still choosing the duel with him. Even though he knows the Denmark's on his tail now. He must really feel confident about this build of his. Oh, and now he's got the infinite shipment of the Macheteros now because he's an age 3. Oh wow, this is hardball, this one. Nobody's being merciful here. Everybody's trying to destroy everybody. This is the way FFA should be. Survival of the fittest. Charles Darwin would be proud of this scenario, that's for sure. Oh, and then he finishes them off with these. I think Sog's gonna have some problems now. He's gonna lose that army. Oh, he still has a fair amount of units though, and he can actually get to age 4 pretty soon. He might just want to pull back, get to age 4, get these recruits up to guard level. With the Iron Regiment, he might actually just sweep just doing that. Absolutely. I mean... Now you got Varingo and the Danish one coming after you now, so now it's going to be a 2v1 against Sog. That's the one they really should be 2v1ing against is Sog, because Sog has the resource stockpile to get to age 4 and get guard level recruits with Iron Regiment. That would be like fatality here. So they really need to watch what they do here with that. This is how the land soldats can get pretty overwhelming, because you got so many units firing at different times and stuff, they actually become a pretty formidable pack, even though they're only doing literally 16 range damage at veteran level. 16 range damage. It makes the Russian recruits from the 5th edition actually look like great top tier units in terms of combat. So ship in the honor guards now. A bit of assault. The cool thing about the honor guards is they don't have that fancy hand attack like either splash or anti-infantry, but what they do get is 30% pierce armor, 30% hack armor. So they're impervious both to ranged and hack attacks. The idea isn't to do more damage with them, the idea is to simply take more damage themselves, really. Now he's going to try to fight back with these honor guards, it looks like. They really should be working together against Zog at this point if they want to survive. They really need to form some sort of a pact here and pull that off if they want to do anything. Whereas I don't think they're going to survive very long if they don't do that. Absolutely not, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this sort of like wall power to towers tells you to stay away right away. And then Zog's gonna go after Ringo once again. He's gonna lose his R guards at these towers, by the way, so that might not have been the best place to go. Definitely not. It's like going on a porcupine. It's like headbutting a porcupine. This is just gonna hurt so bad. He's just gonna lose so many units over it. I guess because he's Serbs, it's good to lose units, I guess. Because it just gets more stats onto your stuff. Doesn't have Iron Regiment yet. Once he gets this, he's golden. Again, the Star Fort Fort. Again, the Star Fort first, I guess. Star Fort's pretty cool. It's like a fort, but pentagon shaped, like a star. Yeah, 5 points. Yeah, I mean, this turned into a real... I don't even know what to call this. What's Yasik doing in all this? Veteran Cuirassier, did he ship those? He's trained veteran Cuirassier. He's got and soldats. He's adding these veteran Grenadiers or dry Grenadiers with no upgrades. Yeah, it makes you wish that he went after Yasik at the start of the game and let Ringo actually do some work here. It's like totally... Huh. This lad's gonna get second place now. I don't know. I don't know. Definitely was a pretty interesting one, to say the least, though, that's for sure. And get the 2 cannons. That's probably the first one you should have wanted to send, because then you can actually blast through a lot of those recruits and maybe clean them up quick enough. Really. Get an amalgamation now, that's probably a good idea. You know, you honestly should just get mass artillery here if you're dealing with the Serbs. No, you really should just go mass artillery. Just get like 20 cannons and just shred these recruits up. You definitely don't want any of these to live, because if any of them lives, you're not gonna live. Yeah, that's a real fact for sure. Yeah, I mean, this is... I don't know, let's see, I want to see if, like, Sog can defend this now. Or if this guy somehow Oh, he's leaving his artillery. You never leave your artillery. Because he's gonna snipe on these things, like, right away. This is number one rule. You keep the infantry near the cannons. You make it impossible for him to target those. Alright, now he's gonna... I don't even think he knew that those were coming. Alright, so he's gonna take some shots off of those. Hopefully he reforms to deal with this. But still, he's gonna be able to fall back to his Star Fort, though. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Somebody named King Sag says, how do you get Wars of Liberty? You basically have to download it from the web, from the Wars of Liberty website. If you Google Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty from the site, you will basically be able to find the mod and download there using the installer. Thankfully, you don't have to manually install this mod. They have an actual installer that does it for you. And then they have a Java-based updater that will update the game for you. You just need to make sure you have the Java runtime environment on your PC to get it working. Once you get the Java runtime environment on your PC, you should be able to use the Wars of Liberty updater to update to whatever version you have to. Because sometimes the installer is out of date and won't give you all the versions you need, so you'll have to use it anyways. And then when any additional patches come out, whether it's another Great War Age tech package, or the Middle East patch, or the African rework patch with new civs, or any of the other patches they're going to do, you will be able to update your mod that way. So that way you don't have to worry about copy and pasting files, about file mismatch, or, you know, any of the intricacies that can go wrong with manual updates, right? Because as I know from doing Age of the World manual installs, including the one I had to do this last week with Mounds and Mounds, I can tell you with 100% impunity that yeah, basically manual installs can go really, really bad for you. And by really, really bad, I mean it can basically cause one file to be out of sync with all your compadres, and then version mismatch every time you try to run the game, and then you have to reinstall it again. It's really not fun. Now, so whenever you can use an installer and an updater that uses code a very specific way, that is probably the way you want to do it, honestly. Yeah, 100%. Once this other thing, whatchamacallit said, it can't be one of them. What a great game. Ah, man. Damn, man. The WoW couldn't handle so much level F. I am right on this, am I? That this is total... Wow, FFA. Yeah. Total FFA. Yeah. Basically it is, you know? Pretty much. I mean, this is just really the most weirdest, most ludicrous FFA I've ever seen. Like, Sog should be winning right now. How is he not winning? What's Sog doing? Look at this. He put the wall around Varingo. He built the triangle around Varingo's explorer Francisco Vargas here. Look at this triangle. It's like he put a Dorito chip around Varingo's explorer. This is a Dorito chip, a Cool Ranch or a spicy nacho cheese chip right here. Yeah, who puts this? Hide somebody's explorer in a in a Dorito chip like that? Wow. Yeah. But what are people's favorite Dorito flavors, anyways? I like the fiery limon one, the one with the spicy lemon, lime, and chili flavor on it. I also like the fiery Cool Ranch, actually. You know, the good thing about the fiery Cool Ranch, I think, that I experienced was it actually didn't give me intestinal diarrhea for an entire day after I ate the bag of it. That's the difference between the lime and the lime. The fiery lemon Dorito will give you explosive diarrhea that's bright red like blood and volcanic magma for the next day or two. The fiery Cool Ranch will not do that, and it has its own distinct, like, sort of savory-ish ranch flavor, cool flavor to it, and it won't do that, so I guess if you like those fiery Dorito chips, get the Cool Ranch one. If you don't want to see red stuff coming into that toilet bowl for the next 2 or 3 days, but if you like really good, tangy, intense flavor, get the lima one, but get ready for the flaming Mount Vesuvius Pompeii explosion you're going to have downstairs. It's just going to burn a whole lot. Yeah. Just some advice I thought I'd give you since we're on the topic of Dorito chips. Yeah. It was going to come at some point, you know, that I was going to see a Dorito chip somewhere, either as part of a mod or Sog basically building a Dorito chip-shaped fort wall over here. Yeah. Could also be just a regular nacho chip, too, since nacho chips that you get at those really nasty convenience stores like 7-Eleven stuff are also triangular shaped. Yeah. I never had them at the... I've never had, like, gas station food before. How is it? Is it good? Is it... I've heard the joke about the sushi before, like the gas station sushi being fatal and stuff. And I can imagine that, because you don't know who's handling it, how long it's been on that thing for, how long the person who's in charge of it's actually been sleeping, since some of them have the graveyard shift from like midnight all the way till noontime, you know? Yeah, you don't know what type of like nocturnal situation the employees are under in that circumstance. So I mean, it's really surprising, actually. Yeah. I just don't know, like, though, how did Yasik actually win this thing? He should not have won this thing. Sog had the resources, he had the manpower. How did he fail this? I would never fail this. How did you fail this? You had one job and you failed it. Ugh. I just don't know at this point. It's like... It's almost like Sog, at the end of the match, ate that bag of fiery lemon Dorito chips and had explosive red liquid for the next 30 minutes and was unable to react to anything. You know, he didn't go with the fiery Cool Ranch. If he ate that, it would have been hot, it would have been savory and cool and ranchy, and he would have been alright. But if, in fact, he went with the tangy one that I recommended, he basically died on that white bowl, basically, for a very long time. Yeah, that's why you know, don't do it unless you have time on your hands. You know, if you're going to be staying home for the weekend and watching live streams like mine and stuff, feel free to eat those, because yeah, you're just not gonna be missing anything. But if you have to work that day, you have to get a project done for your manager, you have to go to school, don't eat it, because Your teacher would go like, "Why are you late for school, Jimmy?" "No, because I had this red bloodstained stuff coming out of me for like 2 days. It smelled like lemon and chili, and I don't know what to call it." So, yeah, pretty much. Basically like this FFA. Pretty much like this FFA. So, yeah. Post-game saw great resource score. But, again, didn't make it. Militarily, most kills. 68 kills, but he won. How did he do this? 38 raises? How'd you let him get away with that? Wow, very deceptive. Very deceptive. Yeah, so, oh, somebody came in. We just finished up talking about an FFA, watching the most insane FFA ever, and talking about bags of Doritos and which ones to eat on an empty stomach when you have free time and which ones not to do it. Cool Ranch, Fiery, that's fine. The Fiery Limon one, that'll leave you in some painful places for a very long time, but it tastes exceptionally good. So, yeah. I don't know. I think we're at the end of the road in terms of viable matches to keep covering today, so I think we're good. How long have we been streaming for? Like almost 5 hours? Yeah, pretty good. If it was the League of Days, I could pull off like an 11-hour stream. But it is what it is, See you next week. And one thing I always say to make sure to do for next week is always make sure when you're playing your Wool Cito games, make sure you record them and you save the recordings in the Rex game channel on the Wars of Liberty multiplayer server. Otherwise, they won't know that they exist and they won't be able to cover them. We need probably at least 6 or 7 solid games a week for me to cover. If we get more than that, more the merrier. Then I can stream for even longer, I think a good rule of thumb for my streams is going to be, if you can get me more games in 1 week, I will cover every single one for longer hours. If you give me less games, then it's only going to be like a 4 or 5 hour stream. If you give me more, I could probably do an 8-hour one. So if you want to see me on for longer, you got to get me more games to play with. It's kind of the deal. I don't want to sit there and record all my own games and gloat about them and go like, "Oh yeah, Unstoppable Stoletzi, the best Age of Empires 3 player, did this, this, and this." I'm not really the best AoE 3 player. There's much better ones, but you get the idea. Yeah. But anyways, this was a pretty fun stream. Had some really good games, actually, some good variety of stuff. And see you next week. We'll be doing Definitive Edition castings on Tuesday, and then I'll be doing Wars of Liberty ones on Thursday, provided I have some to work with, right? I don't know what I'm doing for weekend, if there'll be any House of the Trading Post streams to do it all with Revnak and whatever. I don't know. If they have me do anything, either a caster or a co-caster, that'd be pretty nice. Yeah, that certainly would. Oh yeah, next week is the release of Age of Mythology Retold. Like the actual release, not some closed beta that disappears in a number of hours. The real thing. The real unadulterated thing that you can do forever and ever as long as you buy it. Get the premium pack, because you'll get everything 7 days in advance. If you don't buy the premium one, you're going to be waiting for 2 weeks. You'll be waiting until September such and such date. But if you get the premium one, like I did, you will be playing it on August 27th. And we've all seen the previews for Freyr, the 4th major god of Norse. If you want to experience that, you're also going to need the premium pack, the premium edition of AOM for it. So get it just to do Freyr. I can tell you right now, I remember doing that Major God preview for Freyr on Divine Edition, and I see so many similarities between that and... It's not even funny. But I do like how they changed up the myth units quite a bit in God Powers, like that big fiery wolf thing, the Fafnir dragons. The Fafnir dragons were pretty nice because I remember playing through the Age of Mythology Nintendo DS game, when the turn-based one, and Fafnir was the final boss. So seeing Fafnir once again as a myth unit is pretty cool, for sure. So definitely pick that up if you haven't got it yet, so you can play with me and your other Juanitos amigos. Alright, we'll be seeing you next week. I'll be signing off now from the stream. See you next week for some Age of Empires 3, and hey, we might maybe even stream Age of Mythology, I don't know. Might be a good idea to start doing. Age of Mythology streams would be really fun to do. So, see you then.